Test, test, test. Make it work. Test, test, test.
All right, it is 6 o'clock and we're gonna call this meeting to order. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Chairman, we do.
Excellent. Did we have anyone submit for public comment?
We do. We have two. First being Rodney Brumlow, address 102 Jeremy Drive.
Rod Brumlow, 102 Jeremy Drive. Looking at this, want to talk about vacancies. There's a resignation vacancy on the city council. That's up to the citizens to vote it in. It's not up to council members, a board. It's up to the citizens. Just no other way of putting it. Petition for recall. There again, that's up to the citizens. If they don't like somebody on that board, they need to be the ones to initiate a recall, not other council members or other boards. Referendums. There again, it's up to the citizens. You cannot take our rights away from us. We're just getting out of a federal government where our rights are taken away. And that's kind of what this group is looking at, is to keep that from happening in fate. You want to turn it into a California, Illinois, Chicago, have at it. But the people will not stand up for it. The last deal is code of conduct. We've got two of these board members sitting on this board that have gotten up different meetings, city council meetings, and went up there and just mouthed off, ethics. But not a one of them will come up with what is the issue. If you don't have an issue, you can't tell the public, be quiet. It's not up to the Charter Commission to talk about ethics. That belongs somewhere else, in my understanding. But to sit up there and throw your hate and vitriol at different board members because you don't like somebody else, come on, fate's better than that. But it needs to be run by the citizens, for the citizens, and not by a group.
Anyone else?
Yes. Next, we have Stephanie Adams, address 566 McKinney Trail.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come speak tonight. I don't have any organized notes, so just bear with me. I do want to just comment on a few things. The first one being the vacancies. So my thoughts about a vacancy is I do support the council appointing someone, and here's why. I'm assuming, much like whenever I served in public office, there's a cost involved in holding a special election. And so if that is the case, then I do support the council appointing someone until that term expires, just to save the council money, because that cost is pretty extreme. The second being petition for recall. I do support the 30%. I even support something a little bit less than 30%. I've seen it from lower than 30% to 35%. I think Rockwell has 35%. I support that because I do think that a council needs to have, or a group needs to have the ability to petition to recall, and I don't think 50% is reasonable because that's what's in an election. Referendums, I do support that, and I would like to see it remain on the charter. And code of conduct, I'm not familiar with what's going on. I mean, I do know that I have observed this council, I've observed members of this council in the past, and I do think that I can understand why that might be considered. I don't know in what form y'all are looking at it, but I do think that our council members should be held to a higher standard. And I would, while I don't necessarily support a specific code of conduct that I haven't seen, I would like to learn a little bit more as to why it's even being considered and in what context it would be discussed through this manner. And I think that that's it. But I look forward to seeing your comments tonight.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, sir.
All right, excellent. So now we're going to go to the minutes. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns about the minutes from the Charter Commission meeting held on December 16th, 2024? All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion. We approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And then I guess we do hand votes?
Yes, sir.
We don't get the cool stuff. All right, all in favor of the minutes, please raise your hand. All right, it passes unanimously. Okay, so now we're going to go through the charter. What we're going to do is we're going to start with the homework that was turned in, but we're trying to go section by section. So if you didn't turn in any homework, totally fine. When we're done going through the homework for each section, then you can bring up your concerns. The goal of this meeting, if possible, would be to find a consensus of what we would like to see formalized by council in order to be an actual ballot referendum, or the ballot language and what we're actually trying to bring forward. If we can't get there, we'll just add a meeting and keep debating. But the goal is to try to figure out what we want our legal counsel to work on as far as actually formalizing, because right now we're going to have a lot of ideas. We want an idea about this, we want that, but it's going to take a little bit of work to turn it into something that we can vote on and bring forward to the city council. So that's the goal of this meeting. I don't have a hard stop, but if this thing goes on forever, then we'll probably just cut it off at some point and add a meeting. So let's just see what we can get done. So we're going to move on to Article 1. There was a piece of homework turned in on section 1.03, and it said the public hearing requirement, and the addition was all annexation and disannexation action should include public hearings and opportunities for community feedback. The city council shall ensure compliance with state law and provide detailed explanations of proposed changes of affected residents. So that would be in addition to that section about annexation and disannexations. Does anyone have any comments about that? I think everyone got the email. I'm hoping everyone got the email on what the homework was to have that. Does anyone have any issues, or is that something we want to explore more of?
Is that not already covered by state law? Public hearings are a must.
That is my thought, but
That's my thought. And we've always operated that way. What public hearing?
I was going to ask legally, can they do an annexation and disannexation without a public hearing? Is that even possible legally?
No, it's not possible. State law provides extensive procedures, including public hearings, for annexations and disannexations, and so that is already in state law.
And that would be 1.031, where it says the boundaries of the city of Fate may be enlarged and extended by the annexation of additional territory or decreased in any matter or procedure allowed by law.
That's correct.
So my question is does anyone want to argue for this one way or another? Because I think it's covered, but I don't want to be dismissive.
Right, and the other thing too, based on state law, is cities can't willfully annex anymore.
That's very true. Just take it out. You'll never be able to do it again.
Right.
And come Wednesday, you won't even have an ETJ, so nothing to worry about. No, I'm kidding. No, I know it may happen. I was kidding, though. It'll probably be Thursday. Okay, I'm done.
It's an area that's kind of a moving target, so we don't know what the legislature is going to continue to do. So I think the language is fine the way it is. Who knows? The legislature may say that annexations are no longer allowed, whether the property owner petitions for it or not. So they may be a thing of the past. Who knows? But I think the way that it's written now, I think we're covered. And I don't know if we want to pursue any changes to it.
I'm going to let that sit for a minute. Okay, does anyone else have anything else on Article 1 they would like for us to consider and discuss? All right. We're going to move on to agenda item number 5, discuss and act on Article 2 of the charter. The first part of the homework that was turned in was the city council shall review the charter every 5 years. I believe it says may appoint, and it's changing the may to a shall in 2.04. So on this amendment, it would force a charter review committee by basically statute, well, not state statute, but city statute, I don't know, that's probably a bad word to use. But it would basically put it in the charter that it shall be reviewed every 5 years rather than may. That's the change to 2.04. That's the first one that's been presented.
Chairperson Stacy,
Yeah.
if I could, I feel like I almost have to eat the microphone. Is that right, Stephen? For y'all to hear me. But I believe that as written, council actually does have to review the charter every 5 years. The may is just whether or not council does not have to appoint a charter review commission. But it says right now it says, and I'm pointing this out just so that y'all can have full information, but it says the city council may appoint a charter review commission, and I'm skipping some words, but in no event less than every 5 years to study the current city charter and recommended changes, if any. And so I believe council does have to review the charter every 5 years. The council does not have to necessarily use a charter review commission as currently written.
So then I would ask, does anyone think that we should, if that's true, and it does feel true that they have to look at this every 5 years, is it the intent of that, and I'm not going to call out anyone by name because this is a public meeting and is being recorded, but is it the intent of this to force a charter commission? And do we want to discuss the idea of forcing a charter commission to review it every 5 years, or are we comfortable with how it's written?
I'll go ahead and address that.
Yeah.
I know the original intent when we originally came down with this is we wanted to make sure that it was reviewed in a decent amount of time by the citizens. This, by not changing this wording, and I did not put in this particular comment, but by not changing this wording, it gives the power of city council to say, we don't want to charter, we don't want to review this. And it takes that power away from the citizens, which kind of defeats the purpose of the home rule charter to begin with. So
So you're advocating
I'm
for us to at
advocating
least
for
change the language to
say
create
will.
this body
Yes.
every 5 years?
instead of may appoint, will appoint,
Or shall appoint?
or shall appoint,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, then, do we get into the topic of composition of the Charter Commission?
We could. I'm gonna make that note. Cody, did you have something to say?
I also wanted to discuss the composition and suggest that we make it all citizens and council members rather than currently serving elected officials, whether they be state reps or county reps, or whether or not they serve on other boards or committees. I think that it's important that the charter be made up of citizens, new citizens, fresh ideas. So that would be my only input on that.
Okay, so what we have is to look at a shall for the committee, and then the composition of the committee. So then the idea would be, if it said like made up a majority of non-council members, Fate residents, it would say made up of a majority of non-council members who don't hold board positions and do not hold elected office.
I would,
I think that's a good, I would be for that too.
I think the way that you'd want to word that is that it would be non-elected and non-appointed.
Yeah, I mean,
Perfect.
yeah, there's probably
Right.
a much better way of saying it.
There's a way of saying it. And I think also, the other thing would be setting the size of the, limiting it. You know, because we can't, you couldn't get a charter commission with 30 people, right? So, but there should be a minimum number, I would think.
7 always sounds good.
We expanded it, well, we expanded it this year
Yeah,
to include additional citizens on it above council members, and I think that. Oh, I liked 30, I thought that was good. Yeah, right.
I don't like sarcasm, no, I'm kidding.
But you know, at least a board size of 7, if not greater.
Now, I kind of look at that and go, do you then make a minimum of 5? Because then you would limit 2 council people, and then they could expand it, they would expand it out from there.
I thought the wording we were just talking about
It
was
would, yeah, I
non-elected,
know,
not appointed.
I just realized that when it needs to be odd, but we don't have to say it has to be odd. So,
What if you did something like minimum of 5, no greater than 10, no greater than 11? And put a range, depending on the topics that need to be discussed. If it's a year that not many changes need to be made, city council can make the decision on, okay, we go with 5 because there's not many changes that we foresee, as opposed to if there's a lot of changes, then they can go up to either 7, 9, or 11.
yeah. And then if we were to do that, then it would be Cody, Karen, myself, and Lance wouldn't be on the committee. And you, because you're on planning and zoning. Okay. And then
So
it would
we're suggesting an all-citizen,
be completely
Sure.
citizen. Do you want to say ever elected or current?
no, current. I
Okay.
think current, and I don't mind there being a very minimal amount of council members on it, but I think a good range would be 7 to 9. I don't mind the council members being there because, and just my thinking on it is, if there is no council member at all on the charter commission, then there's no one there to basically say what the council has been thinking. Like if the council is operating off of the charter, they're putting what is in the charter into application. And if they're not there to give suggestions, sometimes that could be a little problematic. I definitely don't want there to be very many. I think 2 is a good number, honestly, but I like it to be a majority of citizens only, not serving on any boards or serving in office in any other capacity than the current city council.
So my question for the attorney would be the process. So let's just say that we come back with 7 amendments. Can council reject them and
Yeah.
not put it to the ballot?
Yes.
So in a way, it's kind of like city council gets a say, because it does go back to city council, and then they're able to say yay or nay, and then, you know, on whether they want to include that.
It does. I think the only objection that I have to that is just going through this, right? If it's just citizens and they've never served on council and they're not currently serving on council, then they don't understand necessarily how these things are applied. And so the citizens that were discussing this in this capacity right here, they wouldn't have that perspective. They would have their perspective only, and they wouldn't have the perspective of the charter and application, so.
Bringing it back to what historically was done when we first arranged this, city council was at the meetings. They did not have a vote on what was brought forth to city council. If you do get rid of elected and appointed officials and want to have city council there as an advisory purposes only for that exact reason, you would take out any look of impropriety or possibly having to recuse themselves because some of the decisions that are made in this charter directly affect the makeup of city council. And so you lose that look of possible impropriety just because they lose their voting aspect of it, but they can be there in a purely advisory situation. And then they will also get a chance to vote on it when it goes in front of city council.
I think council gets to vote on this in its entirety. I could very comfortably see no current seated council members be on the Charter Commission, but to preclude anyone who serves the city and may therefore have familiarity with what is TOMO. We've seen that with our elected body recently, where it wasn't understood and it caused a big brouhaha. Having some knowledge of how, of local government law, Texas law applicable to local government, Texas Open Meetings Act, governmental conduct, I don't understand why that would not be a plus to serve on this commission that is in fact writing the overall law of the city. It doesn't seem like this should be someone's first rodeo ever, but, you know.
How many people is it your first rodeo?
I was going to say, it is my first, it is my first rodeo.
No, and I agree with the sentiment that you and Cody are bringing out. Kind of, I think that there is. I wouldn't want to use the word wisdom, but it's nice to have a couple of council people on there, because typically, when it goes to council, you at least have some momentum getting the charter through, because you have a couple of people that can get on the dais and argue for the review. I believe last time I did the presentation, but we have 3 council members on it last time. It might have just been 2. I don't want to misspeak, but once I was kind of done, those council members helped carry the discussion amongst the board and say, well, this is what we were thinking and this is why we were thinking. Doesn't mean that that's the only way to do it, but that's just how it was done. Yeah.
So as a first-time member, I appreciate having the council members here. Whether they're in an advisory, though, it would remove any thoughts that they were in, had their own agenda in the voting. But I appreciate having the input of a council member present, and I think they could still argue this case as advisors to the council. And to what, I'm trying to remember, sorry, forgot one other point, but anyway, I appreciate having your input here and hearing what is working and what is not, and what you have seen problems with.
I just tend to be apprehensive at dictating the composition of the board, but this is me, but I'm not apprehensive with removing appointed and non-elected officials. Like I could see that as being a value, but I just think telling the city council they have to do 5 or 11 or 7 per the charter just feels, I guess, I don't want to say strange, but that's the word that's coming to mind. But I don't mind limiting it and thinking about limiting it to people like me not being able to serve. Like that doesn't give me any heartburn. I think that's a good thing.
I want to piggyback on what Karen was saying. My question would be, what's the concern with excluding or wanting to exclude appointed, boards and commission members? I think ultimately, let the council dictate those terms. If they don't want to appoint somebody, they're not going to appoint somebody. And I would say if whoever they appoint, whether it's council members, boards and commission members, or new residents, if they're going to be on the Charter Review Committee, let them vote. Council members and the like, and then also let the council decide if they want it to be 5 members, 7 members. So I'm going back to the language that the way it's currently written. As long as it's a majority of non-council members, let the council decide when the time comes, when they decide that it's time to appoint a charter commission, they'll decide what that commission, what the makeup needs to be. And
Does the
It-
shall
it-
give
it
you
could
any
change.
heartburn? That they shall
No.
make a committee?
That change doesn't concern me. I think it's smart because I think for me, this is my opinion, it avoids a situation where I look at hypotheticals. You know, a council 5 years down the road says, oh, shoot, we forgot to review the charter. Well, we did it. Lance, we did it. We're covered. And we may appoint a charter commission.
And we didn't, but
Yeah,
we got it,
didn't,
so
but
we'll put it on the
yeah.
consent agenda.
We
Charter has
took a
been
look at it.
reviewed.
Yeah, right.
Don't smile at me.
And that has not happened
And
before.
that has never happened, but you're right, I could see that. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Well, we want, I think we want to make sure that it's something we take serious here in Fate. And so, anyway, I take it.
Yeah, do you have,
I just wanted to echo the sentiment that as a first-time committee member, I think it is very helpful discussing these topics with people who have served on city council and on boards. I think we would lose something if we didn't get to hear that experience, even just in the first meeting, hearing the experience of what it is like having a 2-year term versus a 3-year term. That's a discussion we might not have had otherwise. I could see kind of the conflict of interest maybe in city council members voting, but I like the idea of it at a minimum keeping them on as advisory. I wouldn't want to lose that experience in a committee like this.
no, I think that's good. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna divide the items of 2.04 into 2 procedural votes. What we're gonna do is we're gonna vote on whether we want to see the language change to shall, and then we will finish our discussion on the composition, because I think that's super important. But I wanna go ahead and divide this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a motion that we ask the city attorney to change the language of 2.04 to shall appoint a charter committee. Not the composition, just shall do a charter committee. So do I have a second?
Second.
Did you second?
I
Okay,
second.
so I got a second by Councilmember Chen. So all in favor of that, please raise your hand. So that passes unanimously. So on the composition, I was gonna ask the attorney, do you find the composition shouldn't necessarily be super hard legally? What I mean by that is we could potentially move this debate to the next time so we can go through, because you don't necessarily need a lot of direction from us on a composition aspect. And that's just, I'm just asking.
Yeah. I believe what you're asking is, does that take a lot of legal research? And no, it does not.
Okay. So what I want us to do is, and as kind of a homework, because I don't want us to, we have a lot to do today, and I'm going to come back to it, but I think composition of this board needs to be a discussion in our next meeting of what we want to bring forward. There's a lot of, kind of back and forth, the thought process of not having appointed people versus having council people in advisory roles versus how it's written, which just says a majority can't be council people. I just want everyone to think through your hypotheticals on what you think with that, because I do believe, and I think Autumn pointed this out, this is supposed to be a citizen review of the charter. This is not supposed to be a governmental review of the charter. So I just kind of want us to keep that in mind. So with that, I am going to keep the composition as something for us to discuss at our next meeting, because I think we can get a good solid vote on that next time, if that's okay. I mean,
Yeah, no, I'd just like to add one comment.
Yeah.
So if you don't dictate, for example, a composition, city council can say, okay, we will make a board of 7 people. We'll put 4 non-citizens on and 3 council members.
yes, and they can do that.
And right now, they can do that. But from that point, it's very easy, I think, for city council to buffalo non-council members into a way of thinking that could ally with the way that the city council wants. I think that from a composition perspective, you know, we say it should comprise of 2 city council members, a majority being more than, you know, 3 or 4 citizens. I think that it makes sense to at least dictate to city council, and I'm for this, that it needs to be made up of a majority of citizens. To me, it's no different than like a charter commission. I would think or I'm sorry, not a charter commission, a comprehensive plan commission. It needs to be made up of a majority of citizens where you can overwhelmingly override what city council is trying to direct, or potentially
But keep
could.
in mind, this is just advisory, though.
Can I ask how that current composition is decided? When it was decided 2 city council members, 7 citizens, is that something that city council decided?
Yes,
Numbers, okay.
yes.
Thank you.
And it was only going to be, less than 7 citizens to start, right? And I pushed to have it increased to 7 citizens. And I think it should be made up of that, a majority of citizens versus a lot of city council.
I think we have proof that it worked well as it's written, that you adjusted on the fly, added more citizens. But I think it's important to note that the ultimate citizen approval, this has to go on the ballot. And it's voted on by every citizen that shows up at the polling place. So citizens certainly got a hefty input into the charter of the City of Fate. And I am not for micromanaging the composition of the commission any more than worded in the majority be citizens, but to go searching for people who've never been involved ever in the City of Fate, it seems the absolute opposite of who should serve on a charter commission to me. Thanks.
What happens if we can't find the citizens to fill it? Because that's happened before.
When I served on city council, I think we had like 16 like open board positions, and people were calling their wives and cousins trying to fill everything. I do think that's what worries me about the dictation is to say we have to have this many. Is what if you can't find them? But then I also think Fate has like 30,000 people now, and if we can't find 5 or 6 good people to sit and review this charter, shame on us. But no, I'm with you, and that's what worries me, which is why I want us to think about it. I want us to run those traps in your brain as far as how bad it can go one way, how good it can go another way, and then let's have a really good, solid debate on how we want to comprise the committee, just because I think it's super, super important. And I do agree with Lance, if you were to balance this out, you could literally it would take me and a couple of council people, I get a friend on the board, and then we get everything we want. And you can't have that. I mean, that's not the purpose of this. It would not be hard to do if that was your aim. If your political aim was, I'm gonna change the charter exactly how I want to, it wouldn't be hard to do that. So we wanna put some sort of governor in there. I just don't know to what extreme. But with all of that bad negative being said, it's never happened. But it could, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to think about what could happen and try to prevent problems down the road. All right, so we're gonna move to 2.06. Now, I just wanna know that 2.06 has always given me heartburn. I did not present this in the homework assignment, but it says the city council, without approval of the voters, can adopt an ordinance to make the following types of revisions to the charter, which is renumbering, correcting errors, revising language. The homework that was turned in was clarify what constitutes a non-substantial revision. What they wanted to do is change it to non-substantial revision shall be limited to changes in grammar, formatting, and style that do not alter the intent or substance of the charter. I tried to get this section completely removed last time, and I was outvoted. The attorney said it's really bad to do that because then there's no way to fix it if we really did mess something up. I just don't like being able to touch this document with the city council. But I don't know, and I don't know that the language in the homework is any different than the language that is in 2.06. And that's my only comment is, maybe, yes, maybe dropping C, and C says revising language to reflect modern usage and style. And I would say that's the job of this board, to adopt the language. That's why we review it every 5 years, so the language doesn't go stale. It's my opinion, but everything else, I think, keeps it to grammar, renumbering, and it cannot be substantive change. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that.
I completely agree. I think that the council should not be able to go in and make major revisions after the charter commission has made recommendations, and then the council even has an opportunity to vote on it, and then it goes before the electorate to vote again. I don't think another council coming in after that should be able to go back and change things, so.
Say they didn't really mean to say this word, they meant to say that word. Now granted, we have lawyers, we have city managers, we have things in place that stop that, but that would be, when I look at 206, that would be something I would consider. But again, I'm letting y'all know my bias is I tried really hard to just get this completely removed last time I was on the Charter Review Committee.
So I look at C, and I totally am in agreement of getting rid of C. A and B, I really don't have too much problem with. And revising language to reflect modern usage and style. So what does that define, right? If you go back and you look at section 2.12, when it comes to wording of how to interpret gender, how to interpret singular words, I think that would be the only modern usage change that would be needed. So it's already in the charter as section 2.12. So I don't see a reason on having C. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because when I think of, since modern usage and style is not out there, you know, I think of the ever-transforming world of what people refer to now. And that's the only thing that I could see that would be modern usage and style, and we address that in 2.12.
Does legal have any commentary? Bless you.
Chairperson, I would totally advise against getting rid of 2.06. I think it's very important, and I think one of the commissioners, I believe it was Commissioner Beard, I believe, brought up, if you look at the chart I did for sections 5 through 7, brought up that 5.04 has the word verify when it should be verified. And that's something that, you know, if that became important, council should be able to change. It's just a typo.
Correct, but what about getting rid of C?
Right.
1C?
I don't have any concern with getting rid of C. I do think it probably was meant to deal with gender and the things that Commissioner Levinsky mentioned. So I would not be opposed to I don't think there's a legal reason to remove, that you couldn't remove C.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion, because I guess that's just what I'm going to do tonight, that we look at removing 2.061C, which states revising language to reflect modern usage and style. So I made a motion, we remove that.
I'll second.
And I have a second. So all in favor, please raise your hand. And then against? So that was, what are we, 9 people? So that was 8-1 with Commissioner Thatcher voting against it. Does anyone else have anything else on Chapter 2, or Article 2, I'm sorry? Now it's going to get to the fun stuff. All right. With that, we are going to move on to agenda item number 6, discuss and act on Article 3 of the charter. So, the first homework that was turned in was to change terms to 4 years. That's going to be in section 3.01, and to do a limit of 3 consecutive terms in office. Does anyone have any discussion, thoughts on the length of term?
I think 4-year terms are inappropriate. I think they're too long. For the city of Dallas, with over 1 million people, appropriate perhaps, but for the President of the United States, appropriate, but 3 seems quite fitting. 2 seemed too short, and Lance's feedback on that was helpful, and we've witnessed it with 2 new council members that are very new to governance. I do not object to 3 consecutive terms versus 2.
So I am opposed to 4-year terms for the purposes of what we discussed, or what I discussed earlier, the prior meeting, about having a rotation, terms, or council members flipping 2 seats flipping every other year, or every 3rd year. I think 4-year terms is too long. And if to get somebody off of council, it takes a lot of work, right? If you want to recall somebody, it takes an awful lot of work. And if you have people that sit in council, trust me, you can stagnate pretty easily on terms that long. I would sooner see us go from a term limit from 3 4-year terms. I'd like to see us go down to 2 2-year or 2 3-year terms, and not before you have to get off council, and not have the ability to go from 2 terms on city council to 2 terms on mayor before you have to get off. I would sooner see 2 terms as an elected city official. You either run for mayor or you run for city council. You're on for 2 terms, then you got to take off and let somebody else have a chance to do it, sit off a year, then run again. I think that we could, one of the reasons I originally ran is we had somebody on city council that was here 22 years. 22 years, and that was certainly one of the reasons. And yes, he ran elections every 2 years, and yes, he did get voted in. But I think that if you get those long stretches of the same people, it potentially could have issues.
So as fast as this city is growing and changing, a 3-year term seems appropriate. As the changes occur, we need to be able to turn over our city council if it's needed. I think 3-year terms are appropriate. Gives a person who seats, who runs, who gets elected, who's doing a good job, to be able to get things done. Right now, we're at just 2 terms. A lot of cities around us do the 3 consecutive terms. But I think 4 years is too long for such a rapid changing city.
I think that as it is written right now is really a sweet spot. I think that having 3-year terms is appropriate. I would disagree with Councilmember Megacy on making it to where after 2 terms you term out. And the reason for is being somebody like myself. I've only been doing this for 7 months, and there is absolutely a learning curve. And I think that, it takes about 3 years, 1 term, to figure out what's going on, to really understand the budgets. And as somebody who's, a quote-unquote freshman, rookie, whatever you want to call it, I think that it would be really hard for somebody after 3 years, not impossible, sure, but after 3 years to then say, okay, I want to jump into being the mayor. I think that being a mayor is a lot of responsibility. And so I like the fact that they have the opportunity at least to serve 2 terms and then become mayor for 2 terms as well.
If you look at our neighboring city, which is the city of Rockwall, I believe they're on their 3rd consecutive 1-term mayor. And some people could look at that as a good thing, which is fine. And I don't necessarily look at that as a good thing. It's a thing. I don't know that it's a good thing or a bad thing. But that's what those sorts of limits do, is someone serves and then they go to mayor and then they're immediately termed off. Hopefully it takes someone a little bit of time to feel, hey, I've got this, I know what I want to do, I want to take fate in a certain direction, and so I'm going to go run for mayor and be, it doesn't always happen that way. But to limit the ability of a council person running for mayor, I don't necessarily like. I do understand your argument, which is I would rather go that way than the other way. I don't know that you were really advocating for one or the other. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think it's nice, and I think even though it can be frustrating when you don't like the direction of council, it's really nice having 2 council seats moving. I think that really, really helps the overall process, in my opinion. So I like it. I think John Thatcher did an amazing job getting us from a 2-term to a 3-term, so I don't want to undo all of your work.
But, I mean, I don't want to take credit for that, but we did, it feels like it hadn't been that long since we transitioned from a 2 to 3. It hasn't been that long since we've made that switch, and so I don't want to jump around. I think if we did go to a 4, I think we would also see ourselves in a spot where we would have a lot of resignations. I think we saw a little bit of that when we went from 2-year terms to 3-year terms, because kind of a growing community. We had a lot of young families, and there were a lot of individuals that wanted to serve as council members, but they were here to kind of it seemed like temporarily, for short periods of time. And they'd come in, serve for a year, and then they moved to Rockwall or something. And so I think with 4-year terms especially, we would see a lot of vacancies that we would have to figure out too.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on the term? And then I guess technically the term limits at this point, since they both kind of came up. All right, so hearing no more thoughts on that, let's go to the election date. I believe I saw somewhere where, are we allowed to even move it to November? Is that even legally allowed?
No.
Yeah, no. That's what I thought. Has to be in May. Write your state legislature. Okay. So we cannot move it to November. So tell all your family and friends that there's a Saturday in May that they have to vote. And there's only, and I just want general counsel, just because, sorry, I have a general counsel, I apologize. I just want counsel, there are only 2 uniform election dates in Texas now. There's a May election date and a November. When this charter was written way back when, that wasn't necessarily the case. So that does kind of help that there's only 2 uniform election dates. I'm just asking you to comment on that.
There are only 2 uniform election dates. I can't speak to when this charter.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm just saying there's only 2, so that does help. Before, they would just call elections and just have elections all over the place, and can't do that anymore. It's either going to be in May or it's going to be in November. So, so let's do that. Let's make sure people get out and vote. So now we're on 3.02. Creation of a vacancy, that's point 6. The idea was to remove 3.026. And it was the office of an incumbent elected official shall become vacant when the person holding such office files an application to be placed on an official ballot as a candidate or any elective public office other than one the person holds unless otherwise prohibited by law. I do believe that everyone received the memo, and there's a 1 year and 30-day window, which exists by state law. One of the reasons that it was argued to keep resign to run in, and I just want to bring this up so we can have a discussion, is for tension on council. So, and this is just an argument that was brought up last time. It wasn't brought up in this review committee, and that is you could technically have 3 people running for mayor sitting on the dais, and that could potentially cause dysfunction in government for technically 3 months or whatever, from about January until May. So that's almost 5 months of just complete and utter infighting. I say I don't care. Let them fight. But that is one of the reasons that resign to run was left in as written, was for council. That was the idea that was argued. I just want that said, but I like reverting back to state law personally, but.
I mean, when it comes down to it, if you were in that situation where it was 3 people, resign to run doesn't even matter, because we would have to call a special election per state law.
That's true.
So the only time that this would take precedence is if you had 2. So after 3, that you have to run a special election, you don't have a choice. So it would only happen if it was 2, but if you look at, so let's look at dates, uniform dates. So you announce in February, so you immediately resign in February. So basically, from February to May, you're down 2 people, which kind of subverts the council process of having a quorum of 4 people, which basically goes down to it only takes 1 person, you don't have that balance when it comes to voting for those 4 months. And we could call a special election, we could require a special election in that 4 months, knowing that there's an election coming up. So by appointing somebody, maybe if that's the case, they appoint somebody who is not listed as running, just so there's a body, somebody who may have precedence or like ideas or things like that, and it's not somebody who is already decided that they wanted to run. But I think removing those 2 people automatically and just having a 5-person council might subvert some of the processes that are in place, the checks and balances that are there.
Do we have a ballpark number for what it costs the city to hold an election versus wait 3 months to have it?
So it's approximately $17,000 to hold an election. So let's talk about the creation of a vacancy, but I think a broader term. Does resign to run show up anywhere else in the charter? I can't remember. I thought it did, but I don't want to misspeak on the record. But 3.026 just basically says once you announce you have been removed, the state law would still dictate that after 1 year and 30 days, you would. So if your term goes longer than 1 year and 30 days and you announce, you do vacate your position. We can't get around that state law. So there would still be some element of resign to run, but I think that it would be less, I wouldn't say problematic, but I think it could create less issues when a council person knows, hey, you don't have to necessarily resign to run for JP because of your timing, or you don't have to resign to run for mayor. You can stay on the board and still be a council person, even running against your mayor. Technically, you could still file to run against someone else on city council, which we do forget does happen. If I don't like someone on city council, I could say, if they're up for election, I could run against them. There's a lot of dysfunction that can happen on a city council. I was in a city council meeting where the city council person gets up and makes a public comment and then starts yelling at the mayor, and the mayor escorts him out by police. I don't even know if that's legal, but I did see it happen, and it was crazy to watch a city council person be carried out by police. Like, I don't think you can remove a city council person from a meeting, even if they're being disruptive. So there's a lot of things that can happen. That wasn't in Rockwall County, but I was at that meeting, and that blew my mind. I was sitting in the audience going, what is happening? So anyways, don't go to Balch Springs. But I still think there's an element of resign to run. I just don't like it because if they were to ever change the state law or if anything were to ever massage, you'd have to do an entire charter amendment. It'd be better just to follow state law. I don't know if we get rid of it or if we just say, shall follow state law instead of be explicit. I mean, I know it does anyway, I just don't know what would be a better way of dealing with number 6.
Commissioner, I think it's a little bit just repetitive. I don't know that it conflicts with the resign to run or the holdover provisions under the state constitution. I think what makes it a little bit problematic is the provision under the charter that requires the council to appoint someone to fill the vacancy within 30 days. So we get into that, then that allows, if we remove that appointment procedure, then that gives the councils a little bit of flexibility in being able to allow that elected official to hold over, and under the Constitution, when you have someone who's holding over, I think you've got a little bit extra time. I believe it's 120 days before you have to call a special election to then fill that vacancy. Is that right? It's 120 days under the Constitution to hold this special election. You got a little bit more time.
Right. I mean, I think your point's a good one, which is, I was about to say the issue. I'm not sure it's the issue, but it's our provision 3.026 is more strict than the Constitution. It creates a vacancy even if it's less than 1 year and 30 days. But that person under the state law, without that section 3.073, would hold over. And so, and I can't remember, and I can look it up, Commissioner Thatcher, but 120 days seems right to me, but I would want to look it up to make sure. But that person could hold over, and council would not necessarily have to appoint anybody to replace that person. They would just hold over until the general election.
Right.
But our provision that requires an appointment within 30 days means that council has to take some kind of action when there's a vacancy.
Right.
So it's those two read together that might create an issue requiring council to take some kind of action versus just letting them hold it.
May I ask, was there ever an intention, because of the enormous effort it is to run for certain positions, like a state legislator, as a for example? I didn't work too closely, but it appeared to be really an extremely full-time job to watch what our newly elected Katrina Pearson went through. I thought that these rules in cities I've lived in where you resign to run, it depends what you're running for. Like if you're going to run for Congress or you're going to run even at the state level in Texas, can you do both? When we've watched people resign because COVID happened or because their church and their family became too demanding.
I don't believe that Fate City Council is considered a full-time job, which would be the argument that you wouldn't necessarily have to resign to run, because this is a volunteer position. So I just say, like, my job as a county commissioner, even though it's elected, is considered full-time. So if I were to flirt with any other jobs, they're saying, well, you're not doing your job, so you have to resign. Because you're supposed to be a commissioner. You're not supposed to be flirting with running for state house or, running for anything else. But this is more of a part-time position, so technically, I agree with the sentiment, but I think technically someone could run for state house and keep up with city council. I think it's possible.
I think what's triggered many people to ask about vacancy is there was the appearance in fate, and it could have been the most innocent thing in the world, but many people observed that, well, gosh, we don't hold election. I heard it said in Rockwall, like fate kind of inferring that we dodged elections. I think it was perhaps a coincidence that you've now mentioned when we went to 3-year terms, we lost some people. But the optics weren't good for a while there. It looked like instead of holding an election, everybody was unopposed and we'd skip that election and people just kept serving, and then somebody couldn't quite finish their term, and for whatever that reason, and Lance, it was usually you that got appointed because you could hit the ground running. You knew, and it might have been just all in innocence, or it might have been calculated. I don't know. I'm going to assume it just happened, but I don't know how you can preclude that. If somebody is willing to step in, and I could care less about running for Congress, running for state legislator. I just thought that was the intent behind having some sort of limitation on resign to run because it becomes a full-time job. Where this might be part-time and unpaid, but it certainly, you've had, in the few short years I've lived here, quite a few council members resign, and I've not seen that prior to living in the city of Fate.
Well, let me clarify one thing. We are paid. It's small, but we are paid.
He's paid, you're not paid.
No,
We are paid.
yeah, there is a compensation.
There is a compensation for city council.
$100 a month.
Yes.
Well, isn't it $50 a meeting
50
technically?
$50
$50 a meeting. If you
For
miss,
2 meetings, it's up to $100.
If you miss a meeting, it's only $50.
What does the state say about resign to run? What is the exact language of that? Because I would like to know what that is versus what we have.
Sure. So it's Article 1665B. If you announce a candidacy or become a candidate for another public office, and this is my summary. This is not the exact wording. When the unexpired term exceeds 1 year and 30 days, the announcement or candidacy constitutes an automatic resignation. And that's my paraphrasing. I can read you the exact words if you need the exact words.
No, that's perfect. I like following the state law. I personally do not like appointments. I think that takes the power away from the people. When you have people that are resigning and, we don't have a formal election, I think that's problematic. You get a lot of people that are kind of shuffled between P and Z back to city council or, any of the other boards, So I think that it's important that we make sure that the people get a say-so in who represents their city. And so we're not necessarly to that part yet because we're talking about.
No, but I think they go hand in hand.
coincide,
And then I
right.
will go back to the other thing that was brought forward in section 3.07. So now I'm going to ask, is there a willingness for us to remove number 6? Or do we want to make a statement that says basically something along pursuant of state law? Like, we don't have to come up with that statement now, but I want the board, do we want to just get rid of it altogether because state law would still dictate what happens? Or do we want to make a statement under the qualifications that say if you seek other office, you're pursuant to state law for resignations?
In removing it, wouldn't state law predominantly prevail and it would default to state law? So do we need to make an actual comment in our charter to be able to do so?
That's what I'm asking. That's the question, and then we can move on to the vacancy part. Because we haven't decided, are we removing it, or are we just, you know, what are we doing? So that's what I'll entertain a motion to remove it, or what, or.
This is more of a question, I haven't been through a charter election here, living here. If we remove it without any language, is the optics that we'll just say there's no longer anything governing? And if we were to put language in saying, essentially the state law will govern, does that give clarity to the voters of exactly what's happening?
That would be my suggestion, to give clarity to the voters and anybody else who's reading the charter. That way, I mean, yes, state law kicks in, but
I think
it's
it
clarity.
gives city council members something to refer to. If it's written in here, so that they don't accidentally do something and then get told 3 months later, hey, you violated state law, because not everybody knows every single provision of state law.
Absolutely.
Now, hopefully, the city manager and the city attorney catch it, but it's kind of on the candidate when they announce to know what the rules are. So to your point, that's what I was getting to, is leaving something in there would just let the candidate, the public know there are still rules. You can't try to hold dual office, you can't try to do any of that stuff, but we're going to go back to state law rather than this more restrictive, immediately vacated. And what I like about the state law is it's the announcement too, not just the filing. Once you publicly announce, if it's more than a year and 30 days, you have vacated your position. So, that much I like, because that's the whole, I'm going to announce that I'm going to run for this, but I'm not getting enough support, so I didn't really want to do that. No, once you publicly say you're going to do it.
Well, that's the way it currently is right now. I mean, that's the way it would hold here in fate. So I'm fine with changing the language if that's what we want to do. Just something along the lines that somebody who decides to run for some other public office subjects themselves to the resign to run provisions under state law or something along those lines.
Are you prepared to make that motion?
So moved.
I'll second. All right, so all in favor, please raise your hand. That carries unanimously. And then this will be the first time I kind of jump in the homework to the vacancies. I think that you are exactly correct, Karen, and I think that Cody mentioned this. And Thatcher mentioned this as well, is this idea that we have to immediately act. So I want to take a step back for a second, and I want to ask the attorney, is there anything in state law that forces council to have to act on vacancies?
There is in the same constitutional provision that talks about a special election within 120 days of a vacancy under resign to run. There's also the provision that if council, if the city wants to appoint, it needs to be in the charter. If you're silent on that, then it's an election. And so that's probably why that language is in the charter as it is right now. I'm not talking about the 30 days, but that council appoints, because if you don't say you're going to appoint, then you can't.
No, and that's fair. So that's kind of the baseline. And then what happens, is there any state law provision if it becomes a 3-person council? I guess that just resorts to the disaster clause, because there's not a quorum. Or a reasonable explanation of a quorum to be able to be established. I'm sorry, I was just thinking of worst case in my head.
So, with the holdover provision, if you're going to state law, with the holdover provision, you don't actually get into a situation, I'm thinking about future changes, but with the holdover provision, you don't get into situations where you actually don't have the council. They're actually still in place until somebody's appointed or elected to fill the position. Now, you might have a situation, and I have never seen this. I've never seen that. Well, no, that's not true. I've seen this once, where a council member just quit coming, for whatever reason, quits coming. And so that still is considered a seven-person council, for instance, in our situation. They're just absent, and so their vote doesn't count, but the quorum's still the same. So the other council members would be in a situation where if it's resigned to run, or if maybe there's a vacancy for some other reason, then they are holding over and they still can come to council meetings and vote.
So then it becomes, how would this committee like to propose dealing with vacancies and dealing with appointments?
I would like to see the appointments taken out altogether. Again, I think that we need to have more citizen voices, more citizen participation, and that the citizens deserve the opportunity to decide who is their representation. So I would like to get rid of appointments and force a special election. My proposal or recommendation is 90 days to have a special election and to get rid of the appointments all the way.
I'm going to go ahead and jump in here.
Yeah.
I understand, like, appointments are difficult. A vacancy, filling with appointments, you know, there is sometimes where you're just questioning the dealings. Looking forward on this, if we do go down the route of Councilman Chin's, I think we stick with state law at the 120 days, just because trying to get the election together in 90 days might happen too fast, and we might not be able to do that. In addition to that, do we run the situation where, what if we have one person vacate their office, and then 2 months later we have another person vacate their office? And we're looking at a $34,000 charge because we can't put the second person on the first person's ballot. Worst case scenario, I know, doomsday. But just, you know, I don't know what the best solution, but I understand the concern, if that makes sense.
So you can even go one step further down that line. If it's at 120 days, that's before a May election. Potentially could be before a May election. So if you have, right, so you could actually run 3 elections in a row, right, all within a month or two.
I see all the points. I don't want to put the city in a position where you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. I like the idea of making sure that we give the council some flexibility. So we're going to have a special election. When you have a vacancy, you're going to have a special election. I also think that it's probably important to give the council the ability to make an appointment. Not that they have to, but that they have the ability. So they may make an appointment so that they can make sure that they have a quorum. If you've got a situation where you've got multiple vacancies, for example, you've got a couple positions that you can hold over, but you have a situation where you've got one council member that maybe just moves out of the area, or they're disqualified for some other reason.
We had one just move to North Carolina.
Right.
I mean, during his term, he had to resign and move to North Carolina.
And so you don't have a holdover, but you can't make a quorum for other reasons. And so there may be a situation in order to make a quorum, you have to say, all right, we're going to have a special election in 3 months. Until that time, we need to appoint somebody. And so we're going to appoint somebody for those 3 months, and then we're going to have a special election, and we're going to fill those vacancies at that point in time. And so it's not an ideal situation, but I think it's one that you want to make sure that we give the council that opportunity so they can continue that business.
And just as political commentary, what's really odd is that an appointment at city council helps someone get elected, but an appointment at any other level of government is such a negative. I mean, if someone's appointed to county judge, that person's extremely vulnerable. Someone's appointed to state rep or someone's appointed to Congress. But for some reason, if someone's appointed to city council, it's like the people perceive that they get a leg up. And I don't know that they do, but it's worked out in fate that they do, and it works out in several of our other cities. I just kind of found that interesting because I would think that you could go in and go, look, you're just you could attack them for that, but that's the politician in me. I just go back and forth because of the cost of running an election. I wish elections didn't cost so much money. That's the only thing that gives me pause because I don't like any process that circumvents the will of the people. But if you end up having to spend $50,000 to $60,000 running elections in some weird series of events, that hurts. Fate could technically afford it now to do it, but that starts to hurt. But if you sit around and have 2 or 3 appointed people on council, that also hurts because now you have a council that isn't acting within the will of the people. That's the only thing that gives me pause, is that's why I see both sides, and that's why I think this is a very difficult. I do like the idea that there can't be more than 2 appointed people. At least we put that in the charter. At least there's some reservation on how many people can be appointed. That helps. Also, that I believe that it is for the remainder of the unexpired term, so I guess you could jockey that a little bit and say you can only appoint till the next uniform election day, so that at least you would condense that instead of someone quitting, in 90 days and then appointing them for 2 years. Like we could massage some of that, but also special elections don't have good turnout. And if you had an election in July, it would be better to have it in November or May, sometime where people are used to. So I'm just saying, I see all sides of this political argument. It's just not as simple as, that it sounds, that we should just always have an election.
Could we get rid of the appointments and then make it to where if we do have a special election, it happens at, not necessarily, maybe not a special election, but make it to where it's either in November or May and coincides with an election we already have?
I have no idea. That would be a legal question. Would we have to?
That depends on when the resignation.
Correct.
So it would be the next one, right? So if you have, let's say if somebody resigns, the next election coming up.
But if we revert to state law, you have 120 days to have an election. So that could just happen throughout the term. So we would have to have some mechanism to appoint, or we have to do state law.
If I'm reading it right on 3A, if there's a vacancy in council, it should be filled within 30 days. The appointee shall serve until the next available election. So I think.
That's right.
If I'm reading available right, I would think November or May already. That next, the remainder of the unexpired term only comes if there's a third vacancy that comes in B. Or, no, sorry, there's 2 appointed, and then you go to a third appointed, then it goes to the next.
I don't know.
The remainder of the unexpired term. But I think in a normal vacancy, the next available election is when you're going to have the election.
What if we did no appointments unless there are 2 or more that resign at the same time?
I'm for having, a appointment, not multiples, but a singular one possibly, especially if, it's within a certain period of time of a normal election. 120 days that we have to do something, if there happens to be 2 within that period, or even when that election does come up, if that person that was appointed, they've got to run as well just to keep the seat.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I was looking real quickly. I want to just point out that Article 11, Section 11C talks about vacancies, and that's the one that says that it must be by election, a special election within 120 days of a vacancy. The constitutional provision goes on to say, except you can provide for filling of a vacancy for an unexpired term of 12 months or less. So John, I think you and I were forgetting that phrase.
Yes.
And I'm gonna stick to the resign to run scenario, even though vacancies can be created by all kinds of reasons. But let me stick to the resign to run situation. We're now, I guess, Vicki, in the filing period for council. Starts on Wednesday. All over the state, there's an election date in May. And so there may be a desire, if somebody were to file for another position, whether it's here or somewhere else, there may be a desire to allow them to hold over and save those election costs. Because right now, we're talking about, a matter of months, right? And that creates, and again, I'm sort of making a policy argument, which is not my place, but I'm just letting to illuminate maybe.
Yeah.
So there may be a desire to have continuity on council and not have some new person come in, because, you don't always appoint, people are sometimes surprised by the behavior of people they appoint. I'll just stop right there, but you can be surprised. You may think they're one person and you appoint somebody else. And so sometimes councils want some continuity, because there's going to be a decision in May anyway. And so I just wanted to point out that that's kind of, in the resign to run context, which I think is what we're sort of focusing on, that might be a policy argument for why you'd want to appoint. And I get you, Councilmember Chen, I totally get your arguments for why you always want to elect, but I just wanted to point that out to you.
There's two uniform election dates. Everything else is a special election. I would tend to and not even trying to think legally right now, I would tend to think that maybe we at least look at saying the next uniform election date. That no matter what happens, there has to be an election at the next uniform election date. Maybe with some caveat of within 30 days, I don't know, this isn't thinking completely legalistic, through the lens of a lawyer, but I think that would at least give us some leeway to not have to always appoint, if it's within certain timeframes. I don't know, but if we keep it on November and May, I think we could find some sort of medium ground if that kind of becomes the focus, is no appointment can go through a uniform election date. And probably giving the lawyer heartburn is like, how would you actually draft that language? But I think that would at least make it so that if you did have to appoint, or if you didn't appoint, or if you filled a vacancy or you didn't fill a vacancy, the election would have to take place. And I think that would be more trying to keep the idea of will of the people. But yeah.
We keep saying May or November, but did I misunderstand? I thought the Secretary of State said no, municipal elections are May and different elections are in November, or is that not the case?
So I believe what's being discussed is a special election for filling a vacancy, so.
But I would say the special election on the uniform election date.
Exactly.
So it would be a special election. It would just line up in November. Again, I wasn't trying to get into the legalese. I was just trying to think of the overarching.
And that would keep us from spending extra money. That's my thinking, is that correct? That would keep us from spending.
It could keep the costs down.
Right.
But because there would probably be another election that Fate could share the cost with, but Fate would still cost money.
The only time that a November election can also be a little bit more expensive than holding an election on their own is like for instance, this last November when we had the DPS bond proposition, it actually cost around $30,000. But that's because there's an equation for them to invoice us, and it is based on the total amount of registered voters on that ballot at that time. Why are you laughing?
Is there any, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's not less than 17,000.
Yeah,
I meant more. Excuse me.
Yeah, so if we did it like that, how roughly, or do you have any clue, like if we were to try to fill a vacancy at a November election, when we don't normally do that, how much more that would cost to put that one thing on the ballot? Would it also be 17,000, or would it be cheaper because we're already dealing with an election?
It would be at least 17. It could be a little bit more expensive depending on what is on the ballot and the number of polling places. So presidential election, more polling places. So that also costs more voter equipment. So it just depends on what is actually on that November ballot.
Total, or just adding to, you're saying total, it would be at least 17? Or it would be in addition to, because we already have an election in November, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So that would be an
what
additional.
happens
But
is if
fate does
there's
not.
a fate, if
But
there's a
fate
fate
doesn't.
item, then fate has to pay some proportionate cost. And because it would open countywide, that they would have to pay for people to vote in the library, people to vote in Royce City, because that's the way counties hold elections. Technically, you could go to Rowlett and vote on the fate DPS bond.
The only thing I would say too is it is more expensive, much less expensive per vote, because you're gonna have a much greater turnout, right, than a September election, for example. So yes, you would pay more, however, you have many more voters, so you'd much less per vote.
And so then the idea would be, if you really think about the ideas that we can do, is legally, we could revert to state law, which is a special election in 120 days, or we could look at trying to find some sort of calculus to do uniform election dates, or we could try to keep everything on May. So really, when you think about what options are available, those are really kind of our options, to always hold a special election, to try to hit the 2 uniform dates, or try to keep everything on a May cycle.
My main issue is the appointments. The formula and when we have the election is not necessarily my concern. My main concern is having a council that's made up of mostly appointments, because
Or
once.
mostly electeds.
Yeah, so, but once.
Or the other, I'm sorry, the other way, yeah.
Yeah, so when you
I
get,
apologize.
a lot of people on there that are appointed, it's hard to get them unelected, because then they become the incumbent, and that's just kind of the nature of it, so.
I just think the odds of that happen, and fate had a history of a little series of we had a terminally ill mayor. People die. Emergencies happen. Rockwall had someone who turned out to, sometimes people commit horrible crimes and are no longer, things happen. I think everyone, from the purest sense, would like an election for everyone sitting up here. I've never heard of a council that was predominantly appointed, even when, God forbid, Mayor Berger had to step down due to his health. So we've gone through a rather extreme example, and you certainly did not have the majority of council members appointed. But I think that you can't have zero opportunity to appoint, given an unforeseen set of circumstances that may occur. With the limitation of 2, you're not going to have a majority of council. But to say you can never, ever appoint anyone seems a bit too far. And I can think of endless scenarios where it could happen that you need to at least appoint one person to council for a temporary period of time. I don't think that's nefarious or objectionable.
I think having multiple appointments would be concerning. I definitely see that. I personally would not see a concern with having 1, maybe 2 appointments at a time, because we, as the public, do elect city council because we trust the judgment of the people we're voting for. So I think it would be almost kind of odd to take that away and say, no, we have to, have a special election every time. I think, to the point that was brought up also, if we were to have special elections, I really don't think the public would turn out to vote for them. I mean, we saw that with the runoff. We had so many people drop off that I think we would have not a very big representation of fate voting in those special elections. So I personally think it makes sense to maybe have an appointment, but yeah, I think it would be an issue if we had 2, 3 more appointments at a time. And I don't know what the solution for that is, but I mean, it would be ideal, of course, if those could happen during the regular elections.
Chairperson, I was just thinking, I want, this is dangerous when lawyers think on the spur of the moment, but, so I want each of y'all to feel free to be like, no, you're wrong. But with your proposed change to revert on the resign to run to state law, which means there's not a vacancy unless it's more than a year and 30 days, right? So,
Yes.
So on the if that were to change, the provision would change to say that, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but basically that a vacancy is created in accordance with state law, and the state law is that for it to be a vacancy, would have to be over a year and 30 days. So our example of a council member announcing now for May, if we change the charter, then that would not be a vacancy. They would just be in their position. So if that's the case, then what we're talking about on the filling of the vacancy wouldn't kick in for that kind of scenario. So what you would be talking about is the other scenarios where you have vacancies. I was about to say death, but I mean, they can't show up if they're dead, and they can't hold over if they're dead. But the other examples, and so that does really reduce the instances where you might have a vacancy if you take care of that other provision. John, are you following what I'm saying? Yeah. And so I don't know if that helps or hurts, but I just wanted to point that out, that if that first change is made, you will have less vacancies probably to deal with in this provision.
I got a thought. Kind of taking what Councilman Chin said and then Kelly said, what if the provision for filling a vacancy kind of takes a hybrid of that? There can be one appointment, but the minute that there's a second, that a special election does have to be called. So that guarantees that we have to have at least two seats vacant for that special election to get called. And then, so if it's one appointment, I don't have heartburn over one appointment. Two, I get it. Like, it is a thing. And according to what we have listed already, it says they're appointed for vacancy to fill the position for the remainder, or something about the next election. Why can't we just write it in that?
The next available election.
The next available election. It doesn't have to be a uniform election, and the next available election, if it's two vacancies, could be a special election per the provisions of our charter. That if there's two appointed positions, it automatically triggers a 120-day or whatever time frame is needed for the special election. So we're not having special elections for one, but if there's two, we're going to have a special election. And I'm just throwing out spitballing ideas here.
I think you're finding a pretty decent middle ground. Yeah, because this one basically doesn't trigger anything till 3. So now you're removing it back a step. The current charter basically at 3, it creates problems. Now we're saying at 2. There's a problem we have to. I don't know how you spell out that language, but I think that's getting closer to what people would feel comfortable with, because having to run a $30,000 election because one person had to move because of their job. Maybe you could say, okay, it's one vote, but once you start getting 2 or 3 or even some sort of serial on purpose resignation, that would stop the serialness of it from happening. And to the lawyer's point as well, the resign to run provision would at least eliminate a lot of the on purpose resignations. And I guess I think there would be a lot to massage, is my only point through 307. If that would be like the prevalent idea, we would have to make sure we didn't require the 30-day action, that we would really need to think about. There's just a whole lot of layers.
Yeah, can we take out the language that requires us as council to appoint within 30 days?
If we take that out, do we revert back to state law in the 120 days? But maybe we do 60 days, or maybe we do may appoint. I don't know how we get away from calling the special election if that's not the intent, to call the special election.
So there is another city that has language that maybe might work. It talks about a single vacancy. It says, if for any reason a single vacancy exists on the city council, a majority of the remaining members, including the mayor, may fill the vacancy by appointment unless an election to fill the vacancy is required by, and I'm skipping words, the Constitution. And then it says, the person appointed to fill the vacancy serves until the next regular municipal election In lieu of appointing a person to fill a vacancy on the city council, a special election may be ordered. So it gives council discretion to be like, we're not going to appoint, we're going to do a special election to elect a person to fill the vacancy. And then it says, if 2 or more vacancies on the city council exist at the same time, a special election shall be ordered to fill the vacancy.
I like
I think
that.
that may actually meet exactly what y'all are talking about.
That is really, I mean, I won't want to say yes, but I think that's really close to where the consensus was heading.
I like that.
I'll second that.
What she said, I second it. So what we'll do, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we look at the 30C vacant 3.07 vacancies as presented by our legal counsel and kind of all those related issues, because we don't have to make a formal motion, that we look at bringing that back to this board at our next meeting to really look at that language. I know that's a really convoluted motion, but that's the motion I'm going to make.
I second it.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm just writing down all of our votes. All right, so all in favor, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Okay, so let me look at, we kind of handled the vacancies. So now let's go back to the compensation. There was an idea in 3.03 that was presented that says routine expense reimbursement shall be approved by the city manager in accordance with city policies. Quarterly reports of such reimbursement shall be submitted to the city council and made available to the public. I get, that looks like that is going into city council shall be entitled to reimbursements for actual expenses incurred for performance of official duties. I'm just looking at the, so I'm gonna take a step back and say something is that if your city council approves expenses that someone else deems necessary for their job, I don't know how you can circumvent that process. It would be the job of the city council to say, no, we're not going to reimburse you because we don't feel like that's your official duty. Like, I don't know, I'm just trying to get to, I think that the compensation in 3.03 makes sense to me because it still has to go before the board, it still has to be approved, it has to be part of your official duties. And you can't give yourself a pay increase in the middle of your term, which I think is fair. It has to wait till your next term. I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to articulate is the city council controls the purse strings of the city. You can't get around some of this stuff by trying to put stuff in the charter. If the 7 people agree to pay something, or 4 of the 7 agree to pay something, it's getting paid. If the city manager and the attorney don't find it illegal, it's getting paid. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know that there's a real way of getting around what happens other than other city council members calling other city council members out and saying, we're not paying for that. I don't think that's legitimate, and then forcing that discussion into the public. That's my opinion, I'm just.
So as far as, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. And I may be wrong, Michael, but for instance, when I went to TML training, that got approved. I went, I got reimbursed, and then the next meeting, we voted whether or not it was approved. It wasn't before. So I don't know why that is, but to me, it just seems like a weird
There may
thing.
have been some problems in the past with council members that Mr. Stacy may know about.
Yes.
Yeah, so I couldn't have gone unless y'all, paid me to go, booked my hotel. I went, but it wasn't like council got to say, yeah, you know what, Cody, we don't need to we don't need you to go to TML training, you know? They automatically did it, and then we came back and we're like, yeah, approve. It was kind of like a formality, not, I don't know. I don't know how it can be changed or if it needs to be changed, but I know, Michael, you had made comments about, was this the part that you were talking about, taking it out and giving it that power to you to make that determination?
Yeah, that was one of them.
And I feel like you kind of already do that, is what I'm saying. Because you're paying before I go, and then we come back and say, yeah, cool, she went.
So the risk is that the council then comes back and says, hey, we don't think that was job-related. So give
So
the
then
money
I would
back.
have to pay the money back?
You have
Yes,
to pay it back.
Awesome.
that is exactly
So
correct.
if I get like 4 people on council that are just like, I don't like Cody and I don't want her to go to TML, I'm up S Creek, that's
If
how
you
that
look
works?
at like just the county
I'm
commissioners
just-
court, no, I'm being serious. We have to approve travel like every agenda. For that reason, we have to say, well, and in 3 months, someone's gonna go to this travel and someone's gonna go here, and that way it doesn't happen where the DA sends someone to Minnesota for a conference and then the commissioners say, nope, we refuse to pay it, and then we're in an issue. So I just don't know of a good way to do it, I guess, is my problem, and I don't know a good way to write it into a charter.
And one more thing to think about is, the first time we did the charter, you've probably done, the one we did in 2000, was it 14? 14,
No, the
15?
first one was 2008.
Oh, yes, that was the first one, yes.
What the first revision was
Yeah, the first
2015.
The
revision.
first in modern, the last 10 years.
Yeah.
We had like 21 or 23 charter questions.
Yes.
And it was kind of fun because you could see the turnout. You could see people voting. And as they went down the ballot, you could see the number of people voting just started to drop and drop and drop.
They
and
just
drop and drop.
they just
They're
quit.
like, another question, another question. So if you don't want to burn a question on this one, that's okay with me. I was just trying to make some, because I don't know how many questions you're going to have, but when you get into 20 questions on the ballot, people get voter fatigue and they start.
That was awful, and I don't think that we were done voting until about 10:30 that night, because my wife ran that election, and she brings it up with me because I was part of what put the 20 amendments on there, and she was just like, I didn't get home until after midnight. It was at the First Baptist Church, and the line was almost wrapped around the building when they closed, and someone had to stand there for like 3 hours, like no more people can come in line, even though there were people everywhere. So that was crazy, and you are right. I'm sure it just diminished and I think there was, 22?
So if you go back to 2012, right, there was a whole big push by certain members of the city council at that time to go do a sister program in China.
Yes, there was.
Right. And the purpose of that charter was to stifle that kind of a thing, because they thought that was something that we needed to do as part of our official business. We'll go to China and we'll no, I know. I mean, you remember it, right? And they were certainly serious about doing that kind of official capacity. And that's why it sort of got morphed into how it currently is.
Shouldn't the vote happen before they leave for China, though? That's my point. Like, I don't want to.
That's on the city manager.
Okay, Michael?
But Cody,
That was before I got here.
the whole
But-
thing about that was.
But that actually did happen. So there was a staff member who basically said, no, I'm not participating in this. And then that predicated into manager relation issues. And eventually the manager was terminated. The manager was terminated. Yes. And then the staff member who put up the resistance had to quit. It was a disaster. Yeah, it was a major issue.
Yeah, because it wasn't just that there were council people going to China, is that they were going to bring staff people and spouses with them on the city dime, and that really happened. It almost happened.
You never know, it might have been a good trip. It may have worked, but it looked weird. People thought it was weird, and
it was all sorts of weird. So anyway, so that's kind of where that comes. But to your point, that becomes procedural, in my opinion, and I don't mean to. It's kind of the city manager's job to make sure those expenses are getting approved, and I think that there's a way to do that. in my opinion. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, we're pretty good. I think between Vicky and I, we're pretty good about saying, hey, and we've got good elected officials, but we've been able to, and I've done this in other cities where you're just like, hey, we can stay at this hotel, but we're not going to stay at this one because we're all going to have our heads handed to us.
I think
Come to council
procedurally,
beforehand? That's tricky because stuff comes up.
I know it's tricky. I know it's tricky.
Yeah.
I think
mind.
procedurally, I don't understand why it can't just be the city manager, because I get it, because that's what he's hired to do, essentially. The only thing that I fear of getting rid of this provision is there is a lack of transparency to the public where we might not, as public sitting out in this, not have the visibility of that because it doesn't come in front of city council. And I think that's where the tricky slope happens here, because I would totally, I really don't, I remember the China thing. I remember the whole.
Oh, yeah, you were here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the stories. But that being said, I don't want to lose that visibility, and I think having that visibility there where it comes up even on a consent agenda, so the public can say, oh, why is this person going here? But I've never seen in the past at least 10 years, we'll give it 10 years here, where there's been a blatant disregard of usage of travel expenses. So I haven't seen it, but I don't want the general citizens to be able to lose visibility that this is occurring, because I just see that in a year or two, if this gets taken out, where are you spending your money? We only see it at budget season then. And I get the quarterly reports.
Yeah. Well,
Do you want to?
yeah, I mean, that's just going to get at the quarterly report side of it. What about for your routine expenses, having it set at a cap to where Michael can take care of certain things automatically, and then it comes quarterly for us, for the council to look at it, formalize it, or, and then anything above that cap has to be brought to council first before it can even be, thought of or even paid.
My only comment to that, and I'm just now thinking about it, is that should be done by ordinance and not charter. That
I agree with that, yeah.
that we put the pressure on the city council to say, you need to be more transparent, you need to do things this way, but I don't, it's kind of like the difference between Article 8 and what the Congress actually does. I mean, Article 8 just says, here's enumerated powers of Congress, and then they have, a 5,000-page book of what they can and cannot do. The charter kind of is supposed to be kind of like that. This is your power, but how you do it is over here, like what your rules and procedures are here. And what we're trying to say is, you are allowed to get reimbursements. That's how I'm looking at it, and I'm willing to have my thoughts adjusted on that. But, and it even says compensation shall be determined by ordinance, and that the city council shall be entitled for reimbursements. It's not saying how, and I think that's where we ask our elected officials, you need to be more transparent with this. Y'all need to do these sorts of things, because the charter is just saying it's allowed, explicitly allowed. So that's how my brain thinks about it. Like I said, I could be thought adjusted. I'm not married to that idea, but I'm kind of looking at it, this is an enabling thing. You can get paid and you can get reimbursed for travel. How you do it is on you to do it effectively, transparently, by ordinance, so that people don't come against you and run against you because they think you're traveling too much.
Yeah, a lot's been said on this. I just like the removal of that last phrase, with the approval of the city council at a public meeting. I think this is very much just appropriate for a budget policy by ordinance, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a charter provision. And with regard to public transparency, the budget's very much a public document. There are lots of financial reports that are provided. You can get copies of receipts, all that kind of stuff. And so everything that...
It was a pendulum reaction to what was happening at the time.
Yeah, but even that, if the mayor at the time wanted to go to China and this expenditure came before the city council, they were gonna vote to approve it.
Yes, they would have.
So-
I know.
I agree.
There would have been one vote against it.
Yeah, I agree with
That's
John.
true, too.
I agree with John Thatcher. I think that this is kind of outside of the charter purview. I think that the city council, myself and others, I think it's on us to approve an ordinance to make the transparency happen. I don't necessarily think that that's for the charter to do, if that makes sense.
And I'm a big I don't know. I mean, I'm just one vote. It doesn't.
And the only reason is looking at this before getting on the council, I would have totally agreed with it. But knowing that I went to TML, my hotel was paid for before I got there, and then we voted on it at the next meeting, I'm like, this is pretty much just posturing at this point. It's already been done, it's already been paid, and I'm not giving the money back, basically, so.
That is a fair statement. You sent me to TML. It was to learn, and you do really kind of have to go. I learned a lot when I went to TML. I would be okay with the paragraph. Yes. Because I don't know any other way to do an expenditure. But I would send a strongly worded letter, and I probably will now, to my city council to write a better ordinance on these type of expenditures, to make sure that they're clear and transparent. So I'm going to deviate for a second. At the county, we have a 22-page travel policy, which is ridiculous. And the reason is because every single department and every single elected official is in charge of their own travel. So we don't have a city manager, so we have to set up all of these rules as far as what you're allowed to do, when you're allowed to do it. John Thatcher's very familiar with county government. It doesn't need to be 22 pages, but it is. Okay, fair enough. I figured he did. I didn't want to put him on the spot. And so, but I don't know that this, my point is, I don't know that the city needs to go to that length, but the city council needs to seriously, I think, look at policies and procedures and clarity on where do the employees get to travel? Where does the city manager get to travel? Where, what comes before you in a very public way and what doesn't? So for us, it's out of state. If you leave the state, you have to come before the commissioner's court as an action item and say, I want to go to Montana because this is where this conference is held and there's not another conference. And so we don't allow that to be consent agenda. But if you want to go to San Antonio, it can be a consent agenda item that, hey, you can go to San Antonio, you have the budget, it's not a big deal. So that's what we control. So I'm just throwing that into the universe of when you start looking at travel and stuff, that's something to at least consider from a council perspective, not a charter perspective, and then I'll.
And we have financial policies for all.
Yeah, and I'm sure you do, and I think you can revert back to to some of that.
I think that's fair and something that, maybe me and Lance can talk about outside of the charter and be more transparent.
So I guess the idea would be to go the opposite way of what was proposed in 303. The idea I heard was to change the sentence to say the city council shall be entitled to reimbursements for actual expenses incurred in the performance of official duties with a period. And get rid of those three prepositional phrases in a row to end a sentence. Where was our grammar person on that one? No, I'm kidding. 3 in a row. You can't end a sentence with a prepositional phrase. Okay, so I guess at this point I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve 303, changing the last sentence to say the city council shall be entitled to reimbursement for actual expenses incurred in the performance of official duties, and leaving off with the approval of the city council at a public meeting.
I second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go into 307. Again, I'm going through a homework email, and I want to try to catch everything in order. The idea, and I'm going to make sure I say it, is,
Can I just?
Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you. In the effort of time and the essence of time right here, I wrote this thought in December, and I've had more time to reflect on it. Is there any way, unless anybody else wants to raise this, we'll just table this one for now and skip over it, because I don't think my intentions of what I meant to write are truly captured here, and I would hate to have a debate over it and it be not, I think I wrote this wrong. I'll
Okay.
be honest, 100%. I think I did it incorrectly based on some research that I had done, and I don't want to waste time when it could be addressed somewhere else.
Oh,
when we
okay, so
talk.
what I'm going to do is.
If we want to table it for the next meeting, just in case we
Yes.
want to bring it back up, that's fine. I just, in the interest of time, because that could take a whole lot of discussion, and
Yeah.
I don't want to waste time on something that I don't even think is written appropriately at this point.
So we're not going to table it, we're just not going to take any action whatsoever, and then you can consult with the attorney if we want to bring something back.
I'm
So
good with
the- So the next idea, I really, really like the idea of it, and that is, if you don't show up, you get removed. That's the concept here. I'm not misspeaking. It's if you, miss 3 consecutive meetings or 25% of regularly scheduled meetings in a 12-month period, you're out. And it looks like Rockwall, Sunnyvale, Melissa, and Caddo Mills all have similar provisions. I served with a council person that didn't show up to meetings. It's the most annoying thing as someone that is volunteering their time. I had someone miss 3 months worth of meetings and then show up to one meeting and then be gone for 2 months and then show up to a meeting, and there was nothing we could do about it. So this is near and dear to something that I would like us to seriously consider. If you don't show up to meetings, you don't need to be a representative.
But how can you enforce that?
That becomes the problem we've always run into.
Right, because you can't enforce that. City
Well,
council-
and I would, in addition to doing it for council, I think we need to do it for all the boards. I mean, P and Z, I know that for many meetings, it's been barely a quorum sometimes. I mean, we have to get people on these commissions and boards that actually want to serve. If you don't want to serve, get out. We'll appoint somebody else to them. But attendance is a big problem on P and Z from what I have seen. And then I agree, I don't know how to enforce it.
You can't.
You can't get rid of
State law,
somebody.
You cannot remove somebody for attendance, right?
Oh,
Now,
that
as far as board attendance and whatnot, council already has that authority.
You serve at the will and pleasure of council.
Yeah, council has that authority, but I don't know how you would, you can't enforce, because there was, I know that there was situations in a city in Texas where somebody didn't show up for a long time, and I'm for some reason, it sticks in my mind that it was like 3 years. But I think I'm pretty sure that that's wrong.
What is state law on that? What does it say, or does it say anything?
Once, go ahead.
So there is no specific state law on this. I'll just say, and this has come up in other contexts, removal of council members from elected positions is fraught with legal issues, which I think is what Councilmember Megacy is referring to. And so I would want to do a whole lot of research on this prior to writing that provision.
So it was my understanding that once an official has been elected, that to remove them from office would have to be required the vote of the electorate. So a recall petition to remove somebody. If you get it, if there was a forfeiture of qualifications, and I'm almost thinking that, and I certainly could be wrong on this, that there had to do with being convicted of a felony, were the 3 provisions that could happen, but otherwise.
It's so hard.
It is hard, yeah.
because they can just sue the city, and then you can't remove them.
Right.
So I know charters of surrounding towns do include language like this. Do we know if they've run into similar issues and not been able to fulfill removing somebody, even if they have this language in their charter?
I fall kind of, I think what you're getting at, and that is, let's put it in there. And then if it comes to it, I mean, it might be difficult, it might not be difficult, but again, I also go back to Michael's point, if we get to 30, maybe this one doesn't show up. But you need to attend these meetings, and it needs to be, it just drove me so crazy.
But wouldn't that be better served as part of the ethics ordinance?
Is it
Yes, an
not in
ordinance.
the ethics ordinance?
I think there's an attendance thing in the ordinance.
I don't know if it's in the ethics ordinance, but it's grounds for a public censure. It's right for a conversation by the council to ask that person to step down. It's grounds for a recall election, for a petition to be passed around. I think, the best way for the public to speak out is at the ballot box. You can push that with a recall petition or at the next general election. And so I agree. Other cities put them in their charters, but it's fraught with all kinds of challenges, legal issues. And so I don't necessarily recommend it because you put it in the charter and then immediately everyone thinks, oh, well, then you can remove them. But it's not without a lot of issues.
I have a question. Based on our current charter, again, one of the reasons why I took out my last talking point, because I don't feel like I have a great understanding about this. One of these provisions we have in here, and then are we going to fall into a problem? Instead of removal, couldn't we put it in as a forfeiture? Again, don't know if that's legal. Start there. But are we going too far in our current forfeiture clause that's in the charter currently saying convicted of violating any state laws, conflicts of interest, or other law governing the conduct of municipal officers? It doesn't talk about whether that's federal, state, or local. Is that too narrow in scope or too broad in scope? Like, what does that mean? And if you look at removal, I mean, I'm sure it's in other ordinances, and I'm sure there's probably some more research that needs to be done about this. And I know I'm not the one that did any research on this. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Is our current language not valid either? Do we look at that as well? Because if we can't do a forfeiture or removal for attendance, what is the laws governing the conduct of municipal officers? What law? Is it state law? Is it federal law? Is it local law? And I think we're running into that, and we might have to look at that in addition to an attendance clause.
And I'll give you a real-life anecdotal example is that a county commissioner cannot be drunk in public. They forfeit their office. What does that mean? Does it mean to get arrested for being drunk in public? Does it mean if I drink and walk in my front yard, I forfeit my office? I mean, no one's ever done it. We've had county officials get DUIs and not give up their office. Right. What does that mean? But it's state law that says if a county official is drunk in public, they are to be removed from office or they forfeit their office. So some of these things are written, but no one has any idea how to enforce them. Right. Because what do? Do you just say, well, I saw him drinking a beer, so therefore he was drunk in public and he has to be removed from office? Now, with that said, I do everything in my power to never drink in public because I don't want to get caught up with someone doing that. But it's just weird that's literally state law, and it's you know. And so to your point, I don't know, because when it comes to actually removing a duly elected official, it should be hard, and it is hard, unless they have a conviction, which usually forces a resignation.
So that law is in place and someone had a DUI conviction who was.
Not a
city
DUI
council-
conviction, a DUI arrest. So what constitutes being drunk in public? A police officer deeming you drunk and arresting you? It doesn't.
No.
Is it only convicted? But it doesn't say convicted. So I'm saying, like, how do you, just even something as silly as that, like, how do you actually do that? And when is the last time a county official has been removed from office for being drunk in public? But it says it's removal. So I just say, I'm kind of countering kind of what you were saying, is you can write all this stuff you want, but to actually try to enforce it and remove someone from office can become extremely difficult.
If not impossible.
Yeah. I mean, there's state law that says if you don't do these reports, you can't stay in your office, and then someone doesn't turn in that report, and then they say, but you can't remove them. Well, the state law says we can, yeah, but you can't. So you get in a lot of this stuff with elected officials that's really, really difficult. And part of that is because elected officials write the laws. So, just being honest, so.
Like what you have to do as a local official, but not as a state.
Yes, exactly. The state officials don't have to follow the Texas Open Meetings Act, but they get to write it for everybody else.
Well, and I think several of y'all said this in a different way, but the law seems to favor, and I may not be saying this exactly right, but favor the idea that once elected, it should be hard to be removed, and that a recall is in many ways the favored process because it causes another election to occur, to remove the person. And you know, when you have these ethics codes, which we do, and I just looked real quickly, I don't know that absences are in there yet, but again, I looked real quickly. But, you know, those can be political processes in and of themselves, a code of ethics and the process for the code of ethics. And sometimes a censure, a public reprimand can be enough of a problem for an elected official and can cause a change in behavior.
I still like it in the charter. I still want it to be in black and white. But I get it. It's not that simple. It's not that simple of an issue.
I think by leaving it in the charter,
I don't think it's in the charter.
but if you put something like that in the charter, you give the average citizen, we'll say, a glimmer of hope of being able to toss somebody, which is potentially a false sense of hope, right? I mean, it's one thing to include it in an ordinance and to say that there'd be subject to public censure or city council reprimand. That's fine. That's within the power of the city council to do it, but it certainly needs more research from whether that they can be removed. And from a constitutional perspective, I don't think that.
What if it was put into an ordinance, kind of going along your logic, put into an ordinance? Obviously, we know, we've had enough discussion here saying city council can't remove somebody. Totally get that. But having it in an ordinance could cause enough of a citizen to view it as, hey, maybe this is worth recall, and I have an actual ordinance that I can bring to the people saying, we want to recall this person because of this ordinance. Even though the city council can't do anything, it gives that backup documentation to be able to move forward. I don't know if that's the right answer, but it's an answer that still falls within the legality of the law.
As it stands right now, you can recall somebody for any reason. You don't have to have a reason at all, correct? You just have to have the signatures.
Yeah, in our charter, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. But to Commissioner Lebinsky's point, and, you know, and I wasn't here during your last charter presentation, but certainly if this commission so chose, the commission could say, here are our proposed charter amendments. We also, even though it's, you know, we also think that maybe council might want to consider ordinances regarding these things. And that would not go before the you know, it would just be a comment to council.
I just don't like it being silent is my only point. I don't like attendance being silent, even though, yes, the council can recall people, even though the expectation is to show up to meetings. I don't know. That's just my own personal opinion. I agree with you that we should do something, and I would like, I guess, to flush out, have any of these cities ever done it? Is there any legal, because if you can shut down the argument that it can't be done, it shuts down the argument. But if we actually can find examples where it has been done, then maybe it becomes a legitimate argument. But as it stands right now, we don't think it is really an argument to be had, so there's no reason to hash it out. But if you could get us a yes or no on that, I think that would at least give some clarity to what we're after. Okay. And that brings us to another comment on the quorum, which is 310. I don't 100% understand, but the comment is, request discussion of whether we need to delineate when a meeting notice needs to be posted, acknowledges covered by state law. So I guess, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, I guess the idea is, do we put something in the charter that further states when we demand that a notice of potential quorum would be posted?
Don't we have something to that effect of what is a meeting and so forth?
I think that's just a question before this board. I'm just trying to get to the question.
Yeah, I'll say that I thought this might be worth discussing just in light of an issue we did have, I guess it was a couple months ago, a few meetings ago, where there was a question of, is this quorum, did it need to be announced? And I don't know that there was really a solid answer. It seemed like even within council, it was announced or it was submitted as quorum, but it wasn't posted as a notice, and it did just seem kind of odd that some things are posted as notices, some aren't, and it didn't seem like the public understood either whether, you know, what needed to be posted. So I was just curious whether some clarification would help if there were ever future situations like that, just so that, you know, maybe there's not so much upset.
I would agree there was confusion. I think it was intentionally created, and when we get to the agenda, that's my example of why we need like a gatekeeper for, not everything gets to be an agenda item, but it wasn't a meeting, Kaylee, and the issue was raised in Fate, and McClendon Chisholm didn't raise the issue. Their city manager and city attorney did not.
But I'm saying the citizens did.
But it didn't, one citizen raised it. One citizen raised it with exactly the same language that Ms. Chin raised it, and Councilmember Hatley, and Mrs. Hatley, and Mrs. Lombard. It was raised to stir a pot, and it wasn't a meeting. And anyone with even a cursory understanding of TOMA knew, no meeting, we define what is a meeting in section 3.06. And there only became confusion because we allowed it. We allowed it on an agenda, and we debated it as if it was debatable. And it wasn't. It wasn't a meeting.
The only thing that I'm going to say is that everything should and can be an agenda item of what you said. That's the purpose of having a city council. Even if they are just trying to stir the pot, they have that right to stir the pot. We can't control that. But to your point about do we have the thing, I really do feel like TOMA is really, really spelt out. The Texas Open Meetings Act is spelt out, and it falls upon the city to follow it, and I don't know that anything you can put on the charter could help or stop a controversy like that.
That makes sense.
Is my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I just think that at some point there could be, anyone could stir the pot.
Yeah.
And I think it's well within their right. And I'm not even saying that they did or didn't. I'm not trying to be political. I'm just saying we can't stop two council people from coming forward and saying, hey, I want to talk about this. That's the reason, that's so important to an open government, is that that's allowed. That was my only comment back to you, Karen. But to you, I don't know that we can get away from controversy. I don't know.
Yeah, to clarify, I had no issue with anything that went on either side, really, and no opinion on what happened. I just wondered if maybe any language change could prevent some of that confusion. But I do understand it's explicitly stated in.
At our last, at our last meeting, we did Texas Open Meetings Act training. And so I think that that was helpful thank you, Jennifer, for providing us with that. But, and that is open to the public.
Yes.
To go back and look at that video of the meeting and to get clarification on it. I will just say that anytime I receive numerous phone calls, emails, outcry from the public, I feel like it's my duty as a city council member to address that, and sometimes that means putting things on the agenda, even if I don't necessarily share in the outrage. I feel like it's important to address it so that the public can hear directly from their city council members and their representatives. So that was the reason why I co-sponsored, or whatever you want to call it, the agenda item. So just in my defense, I didn't have an ulterior motive. I wasn't trying to stir any pots. I felt that the public had this concern, and I wanted to address it publicly so that they could get the answers that they were asking for.
Fair enough. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. I was just, yeah.
So as far as city-related events, Vicky does a pretty darn good job of posting potential quorums, right?
Yes.
If it's being held by, certainly if you go back into TOMA, there's certainly exceptions to the rule of where postings have to occur, right? And especially around any kind of a social event or state event, something like that, it's not required. So I think that from a quorum perspective, it's really not needed, because we do have, Vicky is very diligent, and she asks us all the time, well, I think I'm just gonna post a quorum whether you guys like it or not.
Yeah, no, I did
she does
not.
that.
I don't mean to imply that anything wrong happened. I think everything went as it was supposed to. This was more just for public knowledge, just so the public would understand more where council's coming from and just the city staff. So I totally understand if this does not warrant any
Yeah,
action.
the Open Meetings Act is very, very specific.
Yeah.
Crystal clear.
Yeah.
So it is 8:17, so I'm going to put us into a 10-minute recess. Then we can hit section 4. So with that, at 8:17, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Okay, so that took us through section 3 or Article 3 as far as the homework. Does anyone else have anything else they want to add to Article 3 before we would move on to Article 4?
When do you want to talk about the new provisions listed at the bottom of that first memo for?
I think
homework?
those were in 04. Those were in section 4. At least that's where they show
Oh.
up here.
I had a question about.
Okay,
You know what,
I
let's
see
just
what you're
jump to
saying.
those. No, I'm good. We'll jump through those because I don't know that they really fit in 4. They were just, I'm tracking with you. Okay.
I had something from section 3. I didn't write it into.
Okay, what did you have?
The attorney of a question that I wanted to raise with the commission, especially with some of you having been from the first one to the second. Under section 3.05, the powers and duties of city council, the governing body effectively touches every position within the city. And city manager had raised the issue of maybe, some of the more minutia within departments. And nope, it seemed like the consensus was, no, we want to still be involved in that. I find it curious that the biggest line item in the city is the police department and the fire department. And only one human being selects that appointee, and I find that curious. I would think that mayor council may want to confirm that appointment or be a part of the review. Because I can't think of another single employee within the city of Fayette that is not touched on by council, except we now have a DPS chief, but eventually we'll have fire chief, police chief, or maybe always have a DPS. It just seems like the mayor and council should have some say about that.
So, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, so when we had a changeover of the DPS director, city council did get a say. We got to provide input. We don't get to make the final decision because we're in a strong city manager, weak mayor, weak city council city. By charter, the city manager is allowed to make that. He has his own selection committee as well within there, but we were all given the opportunity to talk to all of the candidates, give recommendations on who we thought would best fit that position. So it wasn't like the city manager just said, I'm not going to pay attention to you guys.
And just to be clear, you're saying that they should be able to select, appoint, review, and dismiss potentially the DPS chief. Is that what you're saying you want us to consider in the charter?
I can't think of another position that's not got the city manager, the city attorney, even the municipal judge, the city secretary, the administrative departments. You can investigate internally within each and every department. There's no oversight at all of the entire DPS arm of our city, and is it not the budget item it's where our money goes. It's vitally important. It certainly seems to work well, but it just seems odd that it is exempt from all these other positions, every position.
I know that we do not, for instance, like when the economic development person was hired, I met him when he was hired. We didn't get to weigh in. I'm sure that's the case for many other positions. I don't think that it's accurate that this is just for DPS, but I will say.
Appointment, I'm speaking, the highest appointment, I would say, in the city is the DPS chief.
It's a major process. We went through a pretty big process we had a council meet and greet. We had I think we even had citizen input on some of that. So when that job turns over, it's a bigger deal for sure. It's a big decision. We really wrestled with it, had an internal team, and it's something that you kind of need in order to really manage that. And I do manage the DPS department, but in order to really manage that department, you kind of have to have hiring and firing authority to really manage it, which is tricky. I do have kind of a horror story from a city that I was in before where we had to get council confirmation. And we had a candidate that I had recommended, which was the process. And then we had a PowerPoint by one of the council members that just basically attacked that person for about 15 minutes, which kind of undermined their whole, and so you get that sort of process. And sometimes you get candidates that are out of state and so forth, and you go through this big process, and then they don't get confirmed by the council. So it just kind of introduces a level of politics or drama that, the manager can't make a decision. So just to give you some background on my background, I've got a undergrad degree, political science and criminal justice. I had a internship in criminal psychology for my bachelor's degree. My MPA degree, Master's of Public Administration. My graduate internship was a police administration, and then I've worked in managing police and law enforcement, with the exception of one city where we had a county contract, which was awesome.
Get off of that and continue.
I love county contracts. So I've done this for like almost, basically over 25 years of managing police departments. So the DPS has got some good oversight to it, and it's got a good process, but I would just caution you a bit about doing something like that. It is working pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't doubt your qualifications to run anything, Michael. I think you do quite a fine job for the city of Fayette. It just seemed an odd omission in all of these other appointees, not employees. I get that the city manager and the department heads, but yet you do, this charter does give some of that investigation to the governing body, which I find that curious. But the big appointees, the judge, you, the city attorney, the city secretaries, it just seemed to me to be an odd omission. And then in section 309, under prohibitions, I couldn't think of to whom else it referred other than, I mean, is there any other appointment in the city that is managed solely by you?
So, if I could, I believe one of the commissioners referred to this. We have a manager form of government, and so the way this charter is currently set up, the city council supervises 4 appointees. That's the city secretary, the municipal judge, the city manager, and the city attorney. That's who supervises us. Michael, as the city manager, supervises every other department head, and the head of DPS is a department head. So, and Stephen helps. Well, I wasn't trying to cut out Steve, but yes.
With a lowercase h.
Yes. And
The lowercase h.
I wasn't talking about practically who does it, but legally who does it. And so, like Michael referred to, though, a police chief or a fire chief is often viewed by the community and is a more focused on appointment than the other directors, maybe department directors.
You mean the IT department doesn't quite get the public eye as the police chief?
And so in many cities, not as a result of the charter, but just as a result of the fact that the city manager reports to the city council, and the city council will be very unhappy if they're unhappy with the police chief, the city manager will go through a more inclusive process and include the council in meets and greets, and maybe even have a couple council members on interview panels. I mean, whatever, to try to include the council. But it is very normal in a city manager form of government for department heads to be hired and fired by the city manager, and without charter oversight of those positions, because the person they have charter oversight of is the city manager.
See, and
One more horror story. I've fired a few chiefs in my career. Not proud of it, but sometimes you have to do that. It's tough to fire a chief. It's really tough. And there's a lot of people you have to kind of political touch base to make sure, you know, sometimes you try to fire the police chief and the manager gets fired. You're like, what? Well, I was just trying to do my job and you fired me. Like, but it happens. So it's very, you know, you got to go through a lot to kind of get that done. And you really want to make sure that it's not done for political reasons, or, you know, that there's got to be some issues there that you want to, that you need to take care of. You need to take that kind of action. So if you introduce a process also on the back end where, you know, you can't fire but you got to go through this extra process with the council, that's even more problematic than the hiring.
I know that whenever I first got on council, I didn't understand exactly the way that things worked, and so I was reaching out directly to city staff, and Michael was like, no, you actually can't do that because you're interfering with the day-to-day. And so I think that the problem that we would run into with something like that is that I don't actually, I'm part-time, like they were saying, and I'm not here day in and day out. I don't know what happens at city staff meetings and things of that nature. I have no criminal justice background. So I think it would be weird to give people on the council the power to hire and fire the police chief or DPS chief in our case. So that's just my thoughts on that.
It would just make more sense to me if you did all of it. The city attorney, the judge. I mean, what does the council know about the municipal judge?
I think part of it's just the way the Texas cities were set up, and
It's a Texas thing. I think that's the answer. It's a Texas thing.
Is there certain positions you want kind of independent of kind of the supervision of this? Michael is great, but the city attorney, you want to be able to make sure you're getting advice directly from the city attorney, not necessarily filtered through a city manager. And there's city secretaries, they're controlling elections and a lot of those things same way, municipal judge the same way. So you look at those positions and you think, those are ones you really want truly independent that don't report up through the city manager or filtered through that. Because there are times, and I've been in cities where the attorney reports to the city manager, and the council wonders if they're getting the direct advice from the city attorney, or if they're getting the advice of the city attorney as dictated by the city manager. So there are 4 positions, and as you think about it that way, it makes sense why they are. But to Michael's point, and I think to the city council too, while maybe you think you want the ability to hire and fire the fire chief or the police chief, you want that until you have to do it, and then you think, why am I the one that has to make this political and do it in a city council meeting? So Michael wants the ability to manage them, and you can't do it if they have the ability to go around it.
Right, and part of the issue is if you're a city council member and you call up building and planning, for example, they want to tend to please what you're asking them to do, which might counteract what the city manager is trying to have done within the city. I mean, it's just the nature of the status. I mean, I've seen it on getting pulled over by a police officer. Oh, councilman, okay, have a nice night, don't speed, something like that, right? Versus actually implementing and writing you a ticket for speeding, should you deserve it. Yeah, don't you know who I am? You get into that, right? But there's another provision in the charter that gives city council the ability to do an independent investigation outside of the city manager into a department.
Right.
Right.
I remember.
And that was
raised.
specifically brought up at some point because we had city employee actually embezzling money out of the city at one point in time.
Yes, we did.
And it was being covered up by the city manager.
Yes, it was. That was before my time, but that
Yes,
totally happened.
But that did happen. And so, I mean,
Thank you, and that emergency provision, I understand, and the day-to-day running of the city, 100%, I understand, that's what a city manager does. It was specifically why these 4 top appointments and not the 5th, which is actually probably the highest paid or the highest appointment in the city. It seemed a curious omission, and if I'm hearing you correctly, that's how it's done in Texas. All right, thank you.
But I
Well,
think,
And just to be clear, there are some cities who, there are some cities that do it differently. But I would say the vast majority of Texas cities have 4 appointees with the city manager running the city. There are some exceptions, and so, and I can, name a couple of those, but the vast majority, that's true.
In my defense, I came from a town in New Mexico where the city council even hired they had hiring authority over every officer. I mean, we were small, God bless you. So that was a bit much to me. I mean, I think a chief, he or she should be able to select their force, but to have no, and because it's been kind of bragged about online as everyone exercises their free speech, that, the mayor and council have no say-so, and they do what they please. It just seemed like shouldn't have maybe a little bit of say-so, but.
well, city council does have say-so. I mean, we can.
Good, I think you need to.
Trust me, we can get in there and roll the city manager over the hot coals when need be.
Well, I don't want to see that, but anyway, thank you
but I
for
mean-
the time and the explanation, because
But
I've questioned it for quite a while, and to not have it be political didn't seem an adequate answer, since, I mean, that ship has sailed, and I certainly wouldn't think we'd want the city attorney or the municipal judge or anyone else to be political. So it just seemed an odd omission, but I hear you. It's how we do it.
Okay,
Thanks.
so then, added provisions, I believe that there are 2 attempts, and I don't want to put words in people's mouths, to add ethics to this. One of them says to add, the city council shall adopt a code of ethics applicable to all elected officials addressing conflict of interest, misuse of office, standards of professional conduct. Alleged violations shall be reviewed by a third-party investigator with proportional consequences enacted. That's one. The other one, it says a code of ethics, the city council shall adopt a code of ethics consistent with provisions of this charter and applicable to elected officers, appointed board, commissions, committee members, and employees of the city, where the ordinance is reviewed no less than every 2 years and enacted, after enacted by the city councils and bound to comply. So I think both of these are going towards the idea that we need to add some sort of ethics into the charter that have to be exercised by the council. So I will let you go ahead and get started on that. Whoever wants to get started.
I'm going to go ahead and get started, and you let me know if I'm not being, okay. My intent of this, contrary to anything that has been posted online, is to literally just add a provision in the charter that says the city council has to have a code of ethics and conduct that is consistent with the provisions, nothing else. I'm not saying this charter commission should write that. What I'm saying is there needs to be a mandate that city council has to do a code of conduct. They write their own code of conduct. I'm not asking us as a commission to provide that information. We already have an ordinance on the code of ethics, but there's nothing in there regarding conduct. And after reviewing multiple charters, I've gone through the gamut on how this is done in other cities, and I'd be more than happy to provide that information. Because of changes in technology, things like that, I think conduct has to be addressed just as much as ethics. When you're looking at, a lot of people will confuse ethics with conduct, where ethics literally is used in the values of decision-making. It's conducting the behavior of values of decision-making. So vested interests, shared interests, recusing yourself because you have a financial interest in something. Conduct is defining inappropriate and appropriate actions. Here's what I'm going to say. We can be honest, that is not always happening right now. And there is no recourse for anybody, whether they're a board member, a city council member, or a reasonable citizen, to hold anybody accountable. If you choose to run for office or get appointed to a board or apply to be appointed to a board, You should be held to a higher standard as it relates to your position in city council. Do whatever you want on your personal side. Have no problem with that. But if you're in this official capacity or talking about things that make you in your official capacity as your elected, appointed, or whatever type of role you have, and I don't know if employees can be in there, I'll be honest. I think that wouldn't be employees. I think there needs to be a mandate in the charter to talk about that.
So I'm gonna ask for complete clarity so that we can get to a point that we could vote on something. That would be in section 305, powers and duties of city council. I would
think so.
assume that you would just add a provision in there. I mean, you could renumber it, or you could just add it as number 13, that would say something along the lines, again, I'm not here to, is that a code of ethics and conduct must be adopted by the city council. That's what I'm just trying to be very clear that that's what the ask is, and then it's incumbent upon the city council to do it. You had a review.
And that the ordinance needs to be reviewed no less than every 2 years by the city council. And the reason I put that one in is technology is changing all the time. Forms of communication is changing all the time. I think that needs to be reviewed every two years by the council to see if and this wouldn't be the first ordinance that has to be reviewed on a yearly or a bi-yearly basis, biannual basis, where council just has to review it to just make sure it's currently encompassing all forms of communication or all forms of ethics.
And does that jive with kind of what you were getting at, or would you like to add kind of anything to the scope of the conversation before we open it up to the board?
No, I mean, hit it perfectly on, for what we're both trying to accomplish here.
Okay, so then my question, I guess, and this is just me being more of a devil's advocate than someone making a position at this point, is what does the code of conduct fall short of? Does it just, because they have an ordinance now, and I'm not an expert on it. I'm not ready to debate whether it's sufficient or insufficient. But what's different than that is just that you want it to be that they have to have it, they have to review it. Because what if they wrote a code of ethics that said you're good? I mean, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Like what teeth are you trying to put into the code of ethics? Is it for removal? Is it for, because I mean, I can write something and call it a code of ethics that can completely fall short of, I think, what your intent is. And I'm just saying, do you want it to be where there needs to be like if you're going to do it, I think that there needs to be another step. It would be my only point, because it just feels, I don't want to say shallow, but it doesn't feel like there's any teeth to this, because all I have to do is pass an ordinance called ethics and conduct. And as long as I say follow state law, I technically have fulfilled the charter. But I think you're saying, no, there needs to be something that says you are acting outside of, I'm just trying,
I get what you're saying. So we currently have a code of ethics. It does not address code of conduct. It addresses code of ethics, standard state stuff, bribery, everything else like that. I think if you took a hybrid of what I have in there, along with Commissioner Clayton, who spells out that there needs to be a code of ethics and conduct applicable to all the people that I named before, appointed, all that kind of stuff, that includes conflict of interest, misuse of office, all that kind of stuff, and a standards for professional conduct as it relates to, say, fellow elected officials, fellow board officials, fellow citizens, and media. Like, not social media, but like media in general. Like, what does that look like? If that information was added to our current, if they just basically updated the code of ethics to include conduct information, everything else is there.
okay.
It's just, what does that look like? And that's why leaving it to the city council puts them in two different situations. A, they say, we don't need it. We have conduct, just be respectful. That could be their code of conduct. And that's fine. But either way, giving them the opportunity to write that first is probably a smart decision, because if they don't write it, there is always the information of initiative or the referendum where the citizens come back and say, no, we gave you the chance. Now we're not going to give you the chance anymore, and we're going to write our own ordinance.
And that is
I
a
think that's-
fair
and I
argument.
think
My-
that's
That
what
was
it
my
is.
point is where is the current situation falling short? And I just wanted you to
We have
articulate.
ethics, we don't have conduct.
And that makes sense. And so then, so I guess then my point would be, that is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, being the attorney, what determines someone acting in their official capacity as a city council person? Because if they don't comment on city business, then they, no matter what, they can claim that they're not acting in their official capacity. But then there's the argument that everything a city council person says is within their official capacity.
As it relates to kind of how everything else from the research, looking at the city of Victoria, Decatur, Texas City, Sunnyvale, looking at all of their charters and how they kind of propose this. And to be honest, this is all with home rule charters, these changes and the new ones, this is all within the last 4 years. And it really had to do with the rise of
Social media.
social media.
Just say the word.
We're going to just put it out there. Now, granted, this is something that I've been asking the council to do from the beginning of June, end of May, beginning of June. But the rise of social media has created this point of people can say whatever they want on social media, and it can be completely false, and it doesn't matter because it's the court of public opinion. So if you are speaking about city business at all, anything in front of the city, anything that you wouldn't be able to talk to anybody else of in a quorum, if you were with, let's say it's P&Z and there's 4 of us, and we can't have a conversation about it, to me, that's what city business is. If I can't have a conversation with somebody else within the same role as me, that is city business. If it's an agenda item that's coming up, that is city business. You do it on anything on official government pages, official pages like that, that is city business. Anything as it relates to a decision that you would have to make in the capacity of your role is city business. I don't know how that's written.
No.
But that's not our decision to decide. That would be city council's decision to
Okay.
decide.
So I guess she's very clear now on what she, so now I guess we'll open it up to the floor for discussion. I just wanted to make sure that those initial ideas got flushed out.
My question to you, Autumn, would be, can you give an example of a code of conduct, something in the code of conduct that does not violate freedom of speech? So I've heard the comments about social media. As a public official, commenting on city business in public it's my job to be able to talk about the problems to my constituents. So if you start to, put these arbitrary limitations on speech, to me, that's problematic. And I think it's a violation of a First Amendment. I can't think of a code of conduct that would not violate freedom of speech. We have, like you said, the code of ethics, and it goes over all of the bribery, promising to make a vote, or all that stuff. But as far as like conduct, that's more based on like speech. And if we look at, our federal government, our own president, God love him, would fail a code of conduct. Like, we can all agree to that. I mean, he just would. And whatever they have in Sunnyvale or any of these other cities, he would fail that. And I just think that if we're talking about we hold our public officials to a higher standard, well, do we though? We really don't. I mean, we just elected Donald Trump. So I don't support any kind of code of conduct. We swear that we're not going to accept bribes. I'm totally fine with that. That's obvious. But as far as stifling free speech, I can't think of an example of a code of conduct that the city council could pass that, like John said, would have teeth in it. And, if they do violate it, then what? We're back to removal, recall, and the legal issues. So I think it's a problem that we just don't need.
So you asked for an example of how it doesn't violate free speech. When you have certain officials going out blatantly lying on social media about an issue, and that specific person cannot comment on it because it would be creating a walking quorum, that would be a violation of a code of conduct.
Okay, but I think, I mean,
And
yeah,
free
if you can
speech does
prove
not
that
include
it's a lie, sure, but even still, I mean, you have to prove that they're knowingly lying, right? They may just misspeak, they may just not have all the information. That's happened a lot. I mean, before I got on council, there were things that were said online by certain city elected officials, and I knew they weren't true. But, I mean, it's still, in America, you can lie. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you can lie,
protected speech.
but at the same time, city officials should be held to a higher standard. You should not be going out onto social media saying, this person is supported by these person without even having a conversation with any of the people.
I think that
every single business, every single public-private sector business, even to get state licenses in various areas, have a form of code of conduct, whether it be a confidentiality code of conduct, whether it be how you act in a workplace. Me personally, as part of my work, I had to sign a code of conduct and I would be fired. Now, that's not the same situation as being in a city, but there should be a standard where it can be addressed if somebody goes out and blatantly lies.
I think that it comes down to intentional misstatements of fact, and they involve your colleagues that sit at this dais with you, and you intentionally lie that 4 of them broke the law. Or here's a for example, y'all go into executive session. That information is to be held confidential. I mean, I guess there's no punishment for if you tell your wife or you tell your buddy who
There
owns a
is. The consequence
newspaper.
is you lose your confidentiality, and that everything is said is now public, and that could ruin so much of the negotiations or anything that's held in private. So I'm just.
And you could be brought up under a lawsuit.
And
And
perhaps
you can't
that
be
is
sued.
the intent of some dissident folks that may or may not sit on council. I mean, it's happening often that it seems to me that a special interest group is being served, not the broad stroke of the 30,000 people of fate. At what point do you draw the line? But again, what do? You can't recall them, you can't.
No, you can recall them.
Well, but
That's
you can't
still in
really.
the charter.
But if you could at least call it out, perhaps people would choose to elect those who don't lie.
Maybe
and who don't misstate.
Maybe it's just something as simple as when you run for election, you have to sign the Code of Fair Campaign Practices. Taking some of those ideas and putting it in a code of conduct. I mean, it could be something as simple as that. Whether you follow them or not, but at least there's an accountability if you don't.
Well, I agree with what you guys, I think that there should be code of conduct, absolutely, and I think there should be code of ethics. The issue where, to me, it really boils down to is if you have somebody that's unscrupulous, they're not going to pay attention anyways. And if there's no teeth to it, you can't do anything about it.
Elections have consequences.
Right, elections have consequences. Unfortunately, that's the way it works. So you've got the 3 mechanisms, right? Vote them out, recall them, censure them.
Publicly humiliate them on Facebook.
But any citizen at this
sorry.
point in time doesn't like what's happening with an elected official can come to the podium every city council meeting and make the same statement over and over and over and over and over. It is certainly, I always, you can ask a lot of people that I talk to, right? 99% integrity is 0 integrity, right? It's up to the person, the elected official, to take that code of conduct and live by it. I agree that there should be a standard. These are the minimums, right? We should be doing this, 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 and this. You shouldn't be doing this, this, and this, and this. One of the things that I have personally adopted while sitting on city council, it is very rare that I will post into social media. And when I post into a social media, it is purely a factual-based post, period. That's it. But I choose to do that. And I can sit there and go to bed at night and think and have a clean conscience about it. There's others that may not put out appropriate information, but they're going to go to bed and they're not going to think anything of it, and they're going to think everything's fine. So you cannot regulate. I don't know how you can regulate behavior. I take that back, because that's what law is, right? Regulating behavior. But to regulate ethics is very difficult if we have no recourse to do that. And the only recourse is public humiliation, of course, and the recall and that. But, I mean, I agree with what you have to say. I think city council needs to be forced to adopt it, and I think every city council member needs to agree with it and attest to it.
And I agree, it should be with boards as well, not just city council.
Agree with all of us.
I personally have no issue with city council, I guess, policing themselves with code of conduct and ethics. That's why I was trying to get to the point. One of these said, that there would be a third-party investigation. I find that very difficult. I'm trying to rack my brain around how you would do that. I mean, let's take it away from city council. Let's take it to a school board. I mean, and all of a sudden how do you grab a school board member and say, we're going to do a third-party investigation into your social media conduct? How do you do that in any reasonable way? But what you I'm just trying to get it away from events onto something else. But I do think that I would have no issue with adding a 13 that says ethics and code of conduct need to be adopted by city council. I would have no issue with it being reviewed every couple of years. But I just want to be clear that it's still the city council policing the city council. And you just can't get away from that, because it's the public's job to show up at the ballot box and elect people that represent their views and values of the city they want to live in. And one of my favorite politicians of all time is Ron Paul, and he said, "You always get the government you deserve." And that's just how it works.
Kelly says that all the time. I didn't know.
Yeah, that was a Ron Paul quote. So there's no defeating the ballot box. Who gets elected gets elected. But I do agree that I think a code of ethics and a code of conduct is something that should be done. I would have no issue adding it to this. I just don't know how far it really goes, how much teeth it really can have. But I do know that when I was on city council, we had a really, really bad ethics violation that occurred. We put that city council person in executive session. Her husband showed up at my front door before the city council meeting and demanded to know why. And I had to get the police involved. It was a whole thing. So these things get really, really crazy. That was very, very scary to have him screaming at me at my front door about something that I didn't even put on the agenda. Everyone blamed it on me. But
Here's what it comes down to. Even in TML training, things like that. Ethical codes do not make people ethical. I mean, and we know that. But they can help define what's right and wrong. And if city council gets a mandate to put in a code of conduct, and it's a very loosey-goosey, very shallow code of conduct, that's fine. But I know of many people who would agree with you that elections have consequences. And if they chose to put in a very loosey-goosey code of conduct, that could be grounds for
Yep.
not being reelected. And that's just how, but that's how elections work, right? So, you know, it's giving the benefit of the doubt to city council to be able to do so. And if they don't, there is also already initiative and referendum where the citizens can come and say, you did a crap job, we're gonna go ahead and change this with 30%. So,
Yeah, I'm going to put John Thatcher on the spot. What is your initial thought on adding this as a duty of council to do a code of ethics rather than just having council do it? No, we do, a code of conduct, like to put this in the charter, like your municipal brain, what is it?
I'm kind of indifferent on the whole thing. You know, you say, make it a charter provision to say the city council will adopt a code of ethics and a code of conduct. When I drafted the code of ethics for the city of Faith, it was at the direction of the council. They said, we want a code of ethics. I said, great. We drafted it and
No, you're good. Just continue.
well, we drafted the code of ethics. Great. We incorporated a lot of the state provisions. A lot of those state provisions were already we had to apply those state provisions already, or they were already applicable. So it was just highlighting what was already there. But when it came to some of the other things, like a code of conduct, for example, you could say, like we were talking about, you know, if you're going to comment on social media, you could say, you will not lie. Great. Guess what? You're violating that individual's First Amendment rights potentially. Now it depends on what's being said and who the actor is and who the audience is, and, you know, it gets into some of the facts of that different scenario. So for me, it's okay. You know, those things are great in principle, but how do you enforce them? And so I think they're great for the purpose of being able to highlight good behavior. But when it comes to enforcing those things, it can get difficult. But I think if nothing else, like I said, it highlights good behavior and it gives the city council an opportunity to say, we publicly, we have a bad actor. And so it lets the public know that we're trying and we've got someone who doesn't want to play with us in the sandbox.
I completely understand what you're saying, but I will say on June 3rd, I did go in front of city council and they said they can't write one because that's a Texas Rangers job. So that's what started this research of me going down the rabbit hole and finding out if other cities did it. That's what started this whole thing.
That is the
I was
Texas
told
Rangers
that
job.
there could not be code of conduct. I implored for a code of conduct ordinance back on June 3rd, and I was told the city council can't do that. I can play back the video on that and everything.
No. So you did a public comment and then they responded to your public comment?
Kind of, yes.
Because I don't know that they can.
Yeah, I know.
Point. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm not
No,
saying
I'm just asking because I wasn't here on June 3rd,
No.
so I didn't hear it.
No,
but-
yeah, so I did a public comment, and as I was walking away, I was told that that is not something the city council can do. That is all managed by the Texas Rangers, which caused me to go down the rabbit hole of research and realize, yes, it is something that we can do. So I cannot be confident that city council will do that just by us asking for them to do it.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to forcing them to do it. And whatever that content is, they create the content.
I can tell you that the language that you put in the homework that is associated with your name, that says, and I'll read it so that because I don't have an issue with what you wrote, is my point. It says, a code of ethics and conduct, the city council shall adopt by ordinance a code of ethics and conduct that is consistent with the provisions of this charter and applicable to elected officers, appointed board, I guess I should say boards, commissions, and committee members and employees of the city. I do agree with you, probably take employees of the cities out, where this ordinance is reviewed no less than every 2 years after enacted. and city council members are bound to comply. I mean, I have
And that
no
wording.
issue with that, like, in concept and adding that in. I just don't want people to think that the whole world's gonna change because of it. But I do think that if it's important for the people of the city to have a code of ethics and conduct, which I don't disagree with you, I hear that kind of rumbling. It wouldn't be the worst thing to necessarily look at adding that into the charter. I just, at the end of the day, I just think that there is so much dancing around that can be done. But again, to John Thatcher's point, if there really is a legitimate bad actor, that code of conduct should give council the ability to publicly tell that person or censure that person or say, what you're doing on Facebook is not okay, you're lying about this, you're doing that. Like, maybe, but I don't know that, I don't know that it would go as far as people would hope it would. And I would like to see what other cities have done for code of conduct, and that's just my own personal curiosity. Just what have they written? It would be interesting.
I can provide that listing over to Jennifer and city manager, and they can disseminate as they feel is appropriate, right? That would be the proper way to handle that?
Yeah.
As for my wording on this, there would have to be a change when I was typing it, that every 2 years enacted, and all applicable members are bound to comply.
Yeah, yeah, there should be some.
The city part has to come out, it has to be like applicable.
And I only point that out, and not to pick on another commissioner, I don't know about the third party, and I'm not trying to pick on you, I'm just racking my brain on how you do that, because I do agree, at that point, the third party is the Texas Rangers. If someone is doing really bad, you go to the district attorney, you go ask for an investigation, like there are some legal processes, and at some point, the Texas Rangers have to be brought in.
That was the intent, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody can lodge a complaint with the ethics, with the Texas Rangers Ethics Division.
So Jennifer, my question to you is, let's say this gets passed, we're at the meeting, we're all discussing what this code of conduct is gonna look like as far as implementation. Let's use Autumn's example. She doesn't want lying to be allowed on social media. What would your advice be to council? Can we put in a code of conduct that says you're not allowed to lie on social media? Or is that a violation of freedom of speech?
I would want to do more research on that, but what I will say is that whenever you are talking about regulating what people say, you have to take First Amendment into account in a public setting, and that's different from private businesses. And so I would really want to research that before we did that.
Okay.
And just to be clear, I'm talking about the actual code of conduct being.
Correct, not it being added to the city charter.
Because what you don't want like a marijuana. You see all these marijuana things like, we're gonna legalize marijuana, and then it passes, and then the city's like, yeah, we can't do that. And then people are like, well, you're not following the will of the people. It's like this big confusion. So, I don't know.
Well, it's also kind of like Callie was saying, that there's other cities that have the absence rule, right? And we could do that, just like we could do a code of conduct. But enforcing it and putting it in there are two totally different things. And so, I think this is pointless. And in addition to that, I think it's a violation specifically because we're talking about social media. Social media is a freedom of speech platform. To say that people can and can't say certain things because it's offensive, I mean, that to me is a violation of freedom of speech. Now, if I'm online talking about city business and, it's a violation of TOMA, that's totally different. But just to say you're not allowed to say X, Y, and Z because the code of conduct says this is offensive speech, that's a violation.
You could have it to say certain things like, you shouldn't use offensive language, and you should avoid scenarios that violate the Open Meetings Act and those kinds of things. That kind of stuff would be appropriate, but again, a lot of that's already, accounted for under state law.
Okay, so what we would need to do is see, at this point, I think we've discussed it. I don't know if anyone has any other questions. So at this point, we would need to have a motion, a second, and a vote. So,
I will make the motion to add a provision to the charter regarding the city council adopting a code of ethics and conduct by ordinance.
okay,
I don't know what else I have to say.
I'll second.
hold on. I'm trying to write down every vote we make. All right, with that, all in favor, please raise your hand. And then that, I can't remember how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 6. And then against is 3. All right, so that then takes us, unless anyone has anything else to add on Article 3, that should take us to Article 4. Okay, so we're going to go to Agenda Item 7, discuss and act Article 4 of the Charter. The homework that was turned in goes to 4.05. And it wants to formalize guidelines for the consolidation or dissolution of administrative departments. Suggestive language was the city council shall establish clear criteria and guidelines for the creation, consolidation, or dissolution of administrative departments to ensure fiscal responsibility and efficiency. And the charter, I believe, just says that they can add departments and redesignate departments. So basically, the city council can kind of control the departments within the city. I think that's what the charter tells them, unless someone corrects me. But then it says all departments are under the city manager except for those.
Well, I think that gets, John, I think that gets more towards if you have a department, for example, at some point in time, we're going to have to split DPS up into a fire department and a police department, right?
Yes.
Does it make sense for us, the city council should be able to direct the city manager to look into doing that, or to creating those two separate entities within, right?
Yes.
That's really the kind of, I think,
So
city
then the
council
question
needs
is,
to be able to do
is
that.
there an appetite to add some clearer criteria and guidelines for when and where that can be done? I think that's the question before the board.
Yeah, for practical purposes, we usually do stuff like that at the budget process. So in the budget, there's an organizational chart, and we'll make departments, or we'll move, maybe the city engineer reports to a certain person, we'll move that over to report to a different person or whatever. But so that's currently the current practice. How it's done is through the budget process.
Is there any other comments, concerns, or questions? All right, anything else on section 4? Okay, we will move on to Article 5 of the Charter, which is Agenda Item 8. All right, so there are a couple of things that have come up. Now, if my notes are correct, Article 5 is kind of our last real discussion item. So let's try to get into this. Okay, so the first one is recall, discussion of this article to make sure it is clear. I believe someone that's been around municipal government for a while, I think it's as clear as it could possibly be, and it's also as muddy as it could possibly be to someone that has never been in around municipal government, because there's so much statutory state law that goes into how a recall has to happen. That's my opinion. I think at the heart of this, and I could be wrong, is there's also a comment to change the filing petitioners from 30% to 50 plus 1%. I would just say, in my opinion, as long as, the first thing is that recall and referendum should be the same threshold, in my estimation.
And initiative.
Yeah, the three, they should have the same threshold. I'm not saying anyone wants it to be different, I'm just kind of stating kind of a basis. So when we look at 5.02, the petitioners committee and getting the affidavits, is it, at this point, does anyone have the thought process that going from 30 to 50 would be a good idea, a bad idea, or is there any necessary comments on that as we kind of start that discussion?
Yeah, so I put it on here, and I guess Brandon did too. I really just wanted to discuss it because there's a lot of talk about recalls, referendums, and initiatives. And when I'm thinking about it, and as it is written right now for recalls anyways, it would take 30%. They would file a petition, and they would need to get 30% of the last municipal election total. And they would have 30 days to get those signatures. And that roughly is about 450 signatures based on the last election of like around 1,500. That's just rough math.
Yeah.
So as it's written, after you're in office, you're only in office for 6 months for any reason at all. They really don't even have to give a reason. They might not like my hair color, whatever. And they can go around, get a petition, 450 people, 30%, and the 30% then have, they've gone around the majority of the voters who just elected, who they wanted to represent them. And so I found that to be unfortunate, the fact that a small minority of 30% can then force an election, and obviously at least $17,000 in cost for that election, and they can take away the will of the people who just put that person in office 6 months previously. So my thinking on this was to start a discussion on whether or not that seems fair. And I put 50.1 because that is what I had to win by, or anybody had to win by in the city of Fayette. You have to win by 50.1% in order to avoid a recall or during a recall. So that was my thinking on that. The other thing that I thought about was keeping it at 30%, but instead also, in addition to that, forcing a vote on council of a 2/3 majority. So if you get the 30% in the petition, to add another threshold to that. Because in my opinion, recall should be hard. It shouldn't be easy to get somebody to it shouldn't be easy to have somebody recalled if the majority of the public who voted put them in office. So that was my thinking on that.
So I'll ask, I'll start. I'm not really sure having a 30% threshold really circumvents the majority of the people, because that 30% is only calling an election. it's not saying that whoever's up for recall or even initiative or referendum is going to happen. It just means we want to rethink this. We don't know what's happened in the last 6 months. Maybe something has happened. Maybe the city council voted in a code of conduct and there's no recourse, so this is the only recourse citizens have. Who knows what that reason is? But 30%, from the last general municipal election is 472 people. I don't know if you guys have ever done a petition, but getting 472 signatures is not an easy task to begin with. So you're already putting all the work for the citizens, so having to go up to a 50%, if you go to that 50.1% threshold, you just voted yourself out. You just had an election. And so then why does the city have to have yet another election if we've already gotten 50.1%? So 30% is just discussing, hey, can we revisit this? Can we call the election? If that person who recall, or if that referendum, or whatever the action up for grabs is right there, if it was meant to be, the election will be held, and it'll still get bypassed. The winner will still prevail. But I think making it harder for the citizens to be able to have that kind of a discussion is counterintuitive. And then on top of it, having the city council on the versus side, having the city council make the decision whether they want to call that election, again, circumvents the process where city council can, if city council, we don't want city council to appoint people, and we don't want city council to be able to remove people, why would they get the choice of whether to have that election or not? Why should they have a say in that, a 2/3 say in that? So, I mean, that's just my thought process on it. I don't think there's anything wrong, and I do agree with Commissioner Stacy that if it's 30% or 50.1% for all, it's got to be for all. It can't just be one or the other.
A question for Jennifer, but I would think the law I've always thought of these three superpowers, if you will, as a trio. And I don't think recall is any more egregious than initiative or referendum overturning the law that your duly elected officials created. They're three equal powers, but I think the procedure has to be the same. I don't think it can be 51% for recall and 10% for a referendum. I can't imagine that.
And to be fair, I don't know that that was suggested. It was just something, as we started talking, I wanted to talk about this all as one thing and not try to get us sidetracked. I was just trying to.
But in practice, that has happened.
Yes.
I would think the
In
procedure needs to be the same for those three powers. And we've often talked tonight about following state law. A conversation that we had a couple of years ago. I'm accustomed to certain topics being prohibited by law to be brought forth by petitions because they could unseat like how you tax. Clearly, that's not the case in Texas because we had an initiative change our tax revenue. Whatever Texas law states, I'd like to compare and contrast that we're not too liberal. Following Texas law seems to be a pretty good path on a lot of this, but absolutely I don't see how you can, the procedure has to be identical for initiative, for referendum, and for recall.
I don't think that, I do not think that legally it has to be the exact same procedure. I think practically it should be the exact same procedure and number. And as to recall, there is not a specific, in state law, there's not a specific number or percentage. And so, and recalls are really cities are who in Texas can do recalls. And so it's a city function. And so there's no limits in state law as to what y'all can do on the percentage. Now, there's some real practical arguments y'all are all making about what that percentage should be.
So with that percentage, I guess my question is who actually makes up that, 30%? So is it just the registered voters, or is it the
Yeah,
people
it's
who
registered
actually
voters.
voted?
So different cities have it be it depends on the city charter. You'll see in some city charters, there'll be a percentage of the people that voted in the last municipal election. Usually when they do it that way, they say, or, and this is the way Fate's charter's written, or 150 people, whichever's more. They'll have some floor, right? And then some cities do a percentage of the qualified voters.
I'm just thinking, like, obviously, if we had a special election that turned out 500 people, 30% of that obviously is a small amount. So would the people who didn't even vote in that session, would they have the opportunity to say, yeah, I want to do a recall, when they didn't even bother to show up the first time?
Right, and so in your example, that's why Fate did, in the current charter, it's written this way, and a lot of cities do this. When they say a certain percentage of the last election, they'll say, or 150 people, whichever is greater, or 400 people,
And
whichever
this
is
says
greater.
general municipal election, so it cannot be a special election, and it cannot be a runoff election.
Right, so, but a national election always brings out a higher voter turnout, right, so if you had 1,500 at the last May election, you might get 2,000-3,000 at a national election, which makes it harder to do.
Specifically, whenever I suggested this for recall and not the referendum, which I agree, it is weird to split them up. But my thinking on it was that the referendum empowers the people. And the reason why the recall seemed different for me is because that person is elected by 50% or more. So it would be a minority taking away what the majority voted for. So that was my thinking on that. I mean, agree or disagree, but that's why I separated referendum and initiative from the recall.
I think it's important to note that a referendum is taking a duly passed ordinance by your elected officials that were all as duly elected as you were, and throwing it into the garbage. It's almost a bigger step than, when has somebody been recalled in the state of Texas? Anytime recently? It's a very rare thing. This doesn't, people usually aren't going to show up and vote to take you out of office.
Sure.
But misunderstanding a law, that's a pretty big thing. We elect 7 people to make the laws of the city of Fate. They do their best, they make them, and you get a little dissident group that whips everything around and pretends it's something else, and then you've overturned a law. I mean, all of these things have an awful lot of power, and if the state of Texas has limitations on them, like subject matter limitations that I was familiar with in another state, I would like to know what they are so that we could consider that. I certainly want people to, the way people participate in their government is they elect people like you and Lance to represent them. That's representation in government. It's not 300 angry people, writing a law. And with that, do we help the people write these? Because I remember that we did, right? Or not we, you. I'm not accustomed to that being a city function. If somebody wants to run around with a petition and get several hundred signatures, sometimes it fails because the language is improper, because they didn't know the law. They didn't hire a lawyer. That does not, I don't think it's the city attorney's job to be writing this law for them.
It is not the city's attorney's job, but that would be a misuse of public funds.
I would hope.
And I would hope our city attorneys do not write laws for citizens or petitions for citizens.
No, I would not.
I'm looking at the limitations now, just to see,
If I could just throw an example that's made me very curious. In the most recent election, the city of Heath had a ballot initiative to put term limits into place. And reading the ballot item, I had no idea what, it didn't mention how many. Could be 2, could be 100, could be 5. And I thought, well, that'll fail because the person that got those petition signatures didn't write a proper ballot item. Well, it passed. And then later they fill in the blanks. So again, a Texas thing, but I'm not used to that I'm not used to that fill in the blank after voters vote. I don't understand how that is legally has merit in the city of Heath. Not my business, I guess, but I did find it curious.
so I guess really the question that we need to be asking ourselves right now is somewhere between 30 and 100%, or I guess 0 to 100%. What do we feel like is enough of a threshold to start this process? We upped it to 30%, last time we did
From what to what?
I don't remember, I just know we did. On 11/17, 2014. I believe it was around 20% or something like that, and we upped it to 30%.
From 2014?
Yeah, but I don't know what that number is. I mean, anyone that's tried to do, to try to get 500 signatures on a piece of paper in 30 days is really, really tall order. So I don't know if it's.
We know somebody who's real good.
I'm just saying, so I don't know if 35%, 40%, 50%, I don't know where we land on that, but I do think that is the question before us, is what do we feel is a fair percentage to actually get the process started? Because obviously, it goes to an election, and then it becomes an election. And we know that you have to get 50 plus 1 to win an election. So then it's the question. I feel like 30% is hard, but that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean that it is. I know that we've been able to get a couple of petitions passed in the city of Fate under this charter. We did an alcohol one, and then we did the senior tax exemption. So it isn't impossible, but it does take a lot of effort. Did you find it?
It should. I'm
Okay.
having a hard time reading this.
If we are not going to separate recall from referendum and initiative, I do not want to up it from 30% because I feel like it's very important that the power lies within the people for referendums and initiatives. And I don't want to,
Okay.
I don't want to increase that.
But what about your idea of the supermajority on a recall?
I like
is
the
that even legal?
supermajority on a recall.
I'm just asking.
The
I
only,
mean,
and that's because a recall in the city of Fate is for absolutely no reason. I mean, they can recall you just because they didn't like the results of the election. And I think that if we do trust our duly elected representatives, at least that would make it to where 2/3, that means you have to get 5 of the 7 to say, okay, this isn't just a frivolous recall for zero reason. There's something that has happened that is triggering these 450 some odd people, and it's not for nothing, I guess is my thinking behind that, so.
Wouldn't you be voting for yourself to not be recalled effectively? That seems.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Maybe a majority, maybe 50%, like 3 to 4, I don't know. And then I wouldn't be allowed to vote, so we would need 4, and then it would be 6 out of 4, so that would be 2/3. I don't know how to make this legal, obviously.
All of these powers are taking away from something the elected body, the governing body, did not do or did do that, 30% of the people think they did it wrong, or they didn't do it. So as Autumn has said several, well, we'll just run an initiative and you'll pass this code of conduct one way or the other. It's the same thing, but council can't vote on it. I feel, I'm the non-practicing attorney at the table, but there's no way council could vote on that. It involves their elected status or a law they did pass or did not pass.
Wouldn't it be similar to a
erroneously.
censuring, though? I mean, we do that. Wouldn't it be the same?
So I just wanted to point out that currently, under Section 5.04 of our current charter, it does require the person who is sought to be recalled can request a public hearing in front of the council before the vote on the recall. Now, there isn't a supermajority, and the vote on the recall would be a ministerial duty if the petition was, but there is a public hearing so that the person being recalled can get up in front of the council in a public meeting that's televised and talk about why the recall
But
was
there's no
not valid.
vote, the council doesn't vote on anything?
Oh, the council does, the council has to call the election.
But because it says they shall call the election. So it's a ministerial duty.
So
They have
could
to
we
have the
change it
public-
to can
I would need to research that. That was not in
or may?
the stuff proposed. I would need to research that, whether or not that's even a possibility. I would think probably not.
Okay.
If you're gonna have this in your charter, if you have the signatures, you're forcing the hand of the city council.
That's
It
right.
becomes a ministerial duty at that
Yeah,
point.
I mean, I'm glad to do the research, but I think the answer's gonna be probably no.
I understand.
I would argue that adding the threshold of council approval for recall does take a lot of the power out of the people. I think the 30% is appropriate. That is just to get the ball rolling. And I think if it does go to an election and a recall does happen for what we may say is a frivolous reason, I don't think that reason is frivolous if the majority of our town wants it to happen. I like the numbers as they are.
And then my question comes in, is there any limitation on how often you can do this?
Not in our charter. There is a limitation in some other charters regarding, I've seen some limitations regarding how soon after somebody's elected this can happen.
Well, we have that.
Okay,
But
that's right. I must have
technically,
missed that.
but technically, you could just have a petitioners committee just form every month.
Yes, okay, I read it in our charter and others, you're right.
So I'm just wondering if that also can be like, you can't just sit here and just constantly threaten recall as a way of, I don't know, I'm just playing all of the scenarios out.
What if along with the 6 months, you do and limit it to once per term? At least once, no more than once per term. Like, I don't know if you can do that, but I don't, agreed. There should not be frivolous recalls or initiatives or referendums or any of those.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, like, if you have
getting into-
if you have an initiative and it just keeps failing, I mean, I guess at some point, you're not really costing the city any money, because you're just grabbing your own committees and doing and that's kind of part of the democratic process in a way, so.
I mean, making it to where it's, if you do one and it fails, you can't do another one for another 6 months. That way,
So-
it's just not back to back.
Yeah, and I'm glad y'all reminded me of 5.09, because I know I'd read it in a lot of different charters. So let me tell you what's in ours. It has the recall petition shall not be filed against an officer within 6 months after election or appointment, or within 6 months of such a petition being filed and found insufficient, or within 1 year after an election or appointment of such officer's recall. So there's a limitation there. And then in no instance shall an officer removed from office, well, that is about 5 years. But then unless withdrawn, no petition shall again be filed on a proposed ordinance or resolution of substantially the same content within a 2-year period of failure.
So there are some
Yes.
inherent limitations.
Yes.
Does that cover recall as well, number 3? Or because it's saying ordinance or resolution?
Yeah, no, that
would
number
call a
3 is,
recall?
that's about a petition for referendum or initiative.
So
And
then can
no
we add that
petition
for recall
of
as
an
well?
elected official will be accepted within 10 months at the end of their term. There are limitations.
But number 3 does not cover the recall. It only covers a referendum or initiative. Is that what I understood you to say?
Because isn't a recall a petition?
Yeah.
But number 3 specifically says proposed ordinance or resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, number 3 is just about a proposed ordinance or resolution.
Okay.
And not about the recall.
1, 2, and 4 are running about recall. And on number 1, could you clarify what the very last sentence says, or within 1 year after an election or appointment for such officers recall?
Okay, let me read the whole thing again real quick. So, and some of y'all were on this charter, so let's see if I explain it the way y'all intended it. The way I read it is, 1 year after an election or an appointment, following a recall, right? So that you can't just keep recalling for the same position. Is that the way, was that the intention?
That was the intention.
That is the way I read it after slowly reading it.
So it's the position and not the person.
Right. The idea being that if the voters recall place 1, you can't just keep recalling place 1 within certain time parameters.
So should we make it all the same? Make number 3 the same for recall? I mean, recall is the only one that actually cost the city 17 grand, so.
They all would.
The referendums and
Oh,
all
yes.
that? Okay. I guess I'm confused because we had a referendum and it didn't go to the election.
Oh, that's because the city council adopted it as presented.
Gotcha. That's why I'm confused. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're always able to just adopt the referendum, which bypasses the election, which cannot be done for recall. They can't just say, okay, you are now recalled. Doesn't work. So I guess one of the things I would like to look at is the threshold. I mean, what is kind of, I hate to say best practices, but what do most charters have as a threshold? 30 to 35. I think it's between 30 and 35 because I believe we did that research last time.
So I did a real brief survey of 11 cities, so it's not comprehensive. And it ranged from, and again, when I say these percentages, some are of qualified voters and some are of voters in the last election. So obviously that, depending on a city, that would make a difference, right? Like if you have a lot of qualified voters, but they don't vote, that might make a difference. And the size of the city, yes. So it ranged from 10%, and then Mesquite had up to 40%, and then a whole bunch of stuff, but the majority is around the 30 to 35%.
That's 30 to 35 of the last voter turnout? In most cases?
Yes.
My initial thought was, but Mesquite is on the November election cycle. And so my initial thought was, if we go to November elections, we're good, we can keep it as is. But then I forgot the last legislative session, they closed the window to be able to go to November elections. So that messed us up there, messed my thought process up there. But the more fate grows, hopefully, the more voter turnout we'll get. So that 30%, that number will continue to grow, hopefully. And so I think I'm just in favor of leaving it as is.
And is that qualified or registered voters, or from the last election? Like, What is the language? It's just registered voters? So even the people who did not vote in the last election, they're allowed to participate in the recall?
Yes, that is true.
In the petition, or, I don't mean the recall election, but like the petition
Yes,
itself?
it is, you just have to get a number equivalent to
Yes.
that 30% of the last
Last
municipal
election.
election.
And they can just be registered voters. The individual signing doesn't have to have voted in the last election. It wouldn't.
That's correct. So it's just, the number is decided by the number of people that voted. In most of the cities, there is at least one exception. In most of the cities, you don't have to have actually voted in the last election to have signed the petition. You do have to be a registered voter.
And can I just say that the two, I don't even know if we need to vote formally, but the edits for language in section 5 that were found by Ms. Beard over there, I think we need to, I don't know if we need to formally adopt those, but
So that is an example of what can be changed by ordinance and frankly should be, because you don't want that on a ballot. I mean, it just needs to be done. So I would think as part of your report to the council, y'all mention those, and then we can clean that up by ordinance and not have to deal with it in the election. But both of those are really good catches.
Good job. Good job.
so I guess, yeah, I mean, we're pretty close. There's just one more thing, is the 6.06 is the contingent appropriation. The city manager asked us to consider that. I think, what is it currently? The council puts like $250 aside. 2,500. I knew it was some.
Yeah.
I think that Fate does a pretty good job setting money aside. So I don't know. I would be in favor of removing 6.06. But I didn't want to skip ahead. I just wanted to say that's the only other thing that I see kind of remaining, unless someone, I'm not feeling, but I could be wrong, if we want to raise the threshold up from 30%. But other than that, I think we're really close to being done. But I don't mean to skip around, but I'm going to make a motion that we remove 6.06 from the charter, and then I'm going to go back to the referendum, which I know is jumping around, and I probably shouldn't do that.
Can
I ask?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, can we get a little bit more clarification on the contingent appropriation? Because I'm not very familiar with what that is, and I don't think most of us are.
And to piggyback off of Councilman Chin is, in the past, since we've had this obviously in here for a very long time, in the past, how many times have we actually had to use that contingency fund? If we haven't had to use it, why have it in there? So I'm piggybacking off of your question there, so.
A long time, and it's one of those things, a long time ago, there was an issue about having some money in reserve. But yeah, we're in pretty good shape at this point.
Because this is like separate, because there is a natural reserve that the city has established, and this is like a secondary reserve by charter.
I'm fine with removing it. I mean, what is $2,500 to the city of Fate? It's
I mean,
nothing.
Does that amount stay $2,500, or does it increase since it's a secondary?
Yeah, we used to be like maybe it was 250 then it was 1,000, then it was 2,000. We got up to 2,500, and then we've proposed like making it 50 or 100,000 to give it some teeth, but it doesn't pass. So.
But I guess what I'm asking is, since we don't use it, does it stay and we just add on to it, or it just stays?
No, it lapses at the end of the.
lapses.
All of our appropriations lapse at the end of the fiscal year, and it just rolls under our general fund.
So if it hits our
Balance.
surplus, it's like it would go into our surplus and we would buy a fire truck with it. which is what we did last year.
With 2,500, I'm kidding. I know, I'm sorry,
Sign me
I'm
up.
sorry. But
It's a really
it's just a little bitty fire truck.
It's a little tiny one.
One or whatever million of his other friends.
Hot Wheels don't count.
So, all right, so I'm going to move us to agenda item number 9, and I'm going to make a motion that we remove section 6.06 from the charter.
So just so everybody knows, we do maintain a 120-day reserve in the budget. In both utility fund and the Yes, in both budgets.
I second.
All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. It looks like it passes unanimously. Is there anything else on number 6?
I'm okay with keeping it at 30. I don't want to increase that one and then increase all of them, so that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, and so that will take us to Article 7 of the charter, which is the planning and zoning. Or actually boards, but planning and zoning. Does anyone have anything to add on that? I didn't see anything turned in. Okay, so I believe we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 items that are before us that we've kind of gotten through the coal. I want to let everybody know that the first item of our next meeting is going to be, does anyone have anything else to add to the charter after thinking about it? So I'm not saying we're stuck on these 10. I want this to be a very open communication, and I know the more we go into it, the more we think of things. I think with these, I think what we're going to do is we're going to play it by ear, and the only reason I say that is that with 10 items being kind of cold, we will see if anyone brings anything forward that we might not need to add another meeting. That's going to, I'm asking us to determine that at our next meeting. If we don't feel like we've gotten fully done and we're not prepared to make a recommendation to council, that we would add it at that point. I wanted that in there because I didn't know if we would have the wherewithal to make it for the 4-hour meeting. I want to thank everyone for doing that. I think we actually had decent energy for being in a 4-hour meeting. And so with that, it is 10:01, and I'm going to make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
Will we get those 10 items?
Yes, yes.
In an email? Okay, then I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
And you seconded?
Second.
All right, all in favor? All right, it is 10:01, and we're adjourned.